Hey, can I ask you something? Have you ever felt like the harder you try to hold on to something, the faster it slips away? Maybe it's a person, maybe it's a dream, or maybe just peace of mind. We chase, we run, we push, but still it feels like sand falling through our hands, right? And sometimes, don't you notice, the moments when you stop running, when you simply sit and breathe, things start coming to you? Like when you stop chasing sleep, suddenly sleep finds you. Or when you stop forcing a conversation, suddenly it flows. Life has this strange way of giving more when we demand less. Let me share a very small example. Think about a butterfly. If you run behind it, it flies away, always out of reach. But if you sit still in the garden, quiet and gentle, sometimes it comes and rests on your shoulder. That's the difference between chasing and attracting. And in Buddhism, this little truth is at the heart of everything. Before we go deeper, let me take one moment to welcome you to Wisdom Woven. This is a place where we share not just words, but seeds of calmness and reflection. There are so many views on this channel, but only 0.3% actually subscribe. So I want to gently remind you, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. It helps us grow, and it keeps this circle of wisdom alive. Now, let's return to our thought. Buddhism teaches us that craving is like fire. It burns endlessly, never fully satisfied. When we chase people, success, or even happiness, we are adding wood to that fire. But when we step back, when we learn to be still, we begin to glow from within, and that glow naturally attracts what is meant for us. This is not about becoming lazy or careless. It's about understanding that life responds to energy. A calm mind radiates something magnetic. A restless mind only repels. And isn't it true? Think about the people you love to be around. Are they the ones running in desperation, or the ones who carry a quiet confidence? In this journey together, we'll explore this art of attracting, not chasing. It's not just an idea, it's a way of living, a way of breathing, a way of smiling at life. And trust me, once you feel it, you'll never want to go back to the restless chase again. Sit here, my friend. Yes, just sit. No need to rush. No need to fill the silence with words. You see, silence itself is already teaching you. It is showing you that chasing is noisy, but attracting is quiet. When you run after things, you create sound, disturbance, waves in the water. But when you are still, the pond reflects the sky so clearly. Life, people, even opportunities are like birds. They come to drink water where it is calm. Many times people ask me, Master, what is the difference between chasing and living with flow? And I smile, because the answer is not found in clever explanations, but in experience. When you chase, your breath becomes short, your heart beats fast, your eyes look outside, always searching. When you allow things to come, your breath is slow, your shoulders soften, and suddenly you begin to see the world in a way you never noticed before. That is the difference. One comes from hunger, the other from fullness. Let me tell you a story. Once, in a small village near the mountains, there was a young boy who wanted to learn archery. He was full of fire, always running, always trying to shoot the arrow as fast as he could. He thought speed and effort would make him a great archer. But his arrows missed again and again. One day, an old monk passed by and asked him, "Why do you chase the target so hard?" The boy replied, "Because I want to hit it." The monk smiled and said, "The more you chase, the more the target runs away. Let the bow breathe with you. Let the arrow rest in your hand like a bird, and the target will come to you." The boy was confused, but he listened. Slowly he calmed his breath, softened his grip, and waited. For the first time, his arrow flew straight. Do you see? He stopped chasing, and attraction happened. Chasing is always noisy inside the mind. Have you noticed how exhausting it feels when you run behind people who don't want to stay, or dreams that don't fit you? It is like running in the desert, drinking sand instead of water. But when you sit under the tree of patience, life begins to bring water to you. It sounds strange, doesn't it? But it is true. People who are at peace within themselves don't need to shout, "Notice me, love me, accept me." Their calmness speaks louder than any words. The Buddha said, "Craving is the root of suffering." It is not love that hurts. It is the craving for love. It is not success that burns us. It is the craving for success. When you crave, you push energy out like waves crashing on the rocks. But when you let go, the same energy turns into a gentle river that nourishes everything around it. Have you seen a flower chase the bee? No, it just blooms quietly, and the bees come on their own. This is the lesson of life. Become the flower, not the chaser. Sometimes students ask me, "But Master, if we don't chase, will we not become lazy?" And I tell them, "No, my dear ones, laziness is heavy, but attraction is light. Laziness is waiting with empty hands. Attraction is glowing with fullness. Look at the sun. It does not chase the earth. It shines, and all life revolves around it. You too can shine in your own small way. When you live with presence, with kindness, with inner calm, you become like the sun. When we chase, we put ourselves in chains. Have you noticed this? If you run after someone's approval, your happiness is no longer in your hands, it is in theirs. If you run after wealth, your joy rises and falls with every coin gained or lost. But if you sit quietly, content with who you are, life starts to send small gifts. Sometimes in the form of people, sometimes in the form of unexpected chances, sometimes in the form of peace that you cannot buy. Think about water, my friend. Water never chases. It flows. It finds its way around rocks, through mountains into the ocean. And yet, everything in life depends on it. We too must learn to be like water. Flowing, not grasping. Moving, but not desperate. In this way, we stop exhausting ourselves, and the right things, the right people, they begin to flow toward us naturally. Do you know why chasing feels so painful? Because deep inside, we are saying, "I am not enough, I must run after more." But attraction is born when you whisper, "I am enough, and what belongs to me will find me." That whisper is very soft, but it changes the whole energy of your life. People can feel it. They sense your calmness. They feel safe near you, and safety is the greatest attraction. I remember another story from long ago. A young monk came to me with tears. He said, "Master, I have prayed and prayed for wisdom, but it does not come. I feel so empty." I asked him, "And how do you pray?" He said, "I close my eyes, I beg. I repeat words again and again. I try to force wisdom to come." I laughed gently and told him, "You are chasing wisdom like a man chasing his own shadow. Stop running. Turn around, and you will see it has always been with you." The boy was quiet, and slowly he began to understand. Wisdom does not come by chase. It reveals itself when we stop forcing. My friend, do you see how simple it is? Life is not meant to be chased like a wild animal. Life is meant to be invited, welcomed, embraced. The more you open your arms, the more life steps toward you. This is the secret the Buddha shared in his silence, in his smile, in the way he walked without hurry. So, sit with me a little longer. Let the world run outside, but inside you, let there be stillness. In this stillness, attraction is born. Not the kind of attraction that pulls only people, but the attraction that pulls peace, love, harmony, and all that you truly need. The real question is not, how can I chase less? But how can I be so whole inside that chasing is no longer needed? When you become whole, you attract without trying. When you are half, you chase endlessly. And my dear one, you are already whole. You just forgot. This is the way of Buddhism. Not chasing, not grasping, not clinging, just being. And in being, everything comes. Like the moon reflecting on still water, like the fragrance of a flower carried by the wind, like the song of a bird at dawn. It all comes without chase when you are still. So breathe, relax your shoulders, and let life find you. That is the true art of attraction, the nature of desire in the human heart. Sit closer, my dear one, and listen carefully. The heart is like a small cup. If you keep pouring water into it, without stopping, it will spill, and no matter how much you pour, it cannot hold more than it was made to hold. Desire works in the same way. We believe that if we pour more love, more wealth, more recognition, we will finally feel complete. But the truth is, the cup of the heart can only feel full when we learn how to drink what is already inside it. Many people misunderstand desire. They think desire is bad or sinful or something to cut away with a knife. But that is not what the Buddha taught. He said, desire itself is not the enemy. It is the attachment to desire, the endless clinging, the hunger that never rests, that brings us suffering. Like fire, it can warm your home, or it can burn it down. Desire is the same. When it is gentle, it guides you. When it is wild, it consumes you. I once knew a young man who desired success more than anything. Every morning he woke before sunrise, not to enjoy the quiet beauty of dawn, but to run faster in the race of life. His face was always tight, his eyes always restless, as if tomorrow would never come unless he caught it with his own hands. But tomorrow always came, whether he chased it or not. I asked him once, "Why do you run so hard?" He said, "Because when I reach the top, I will finally rest." I smiled and told him, "If rest is what you seek, why not rest now? The mountain will still be there." Desire always whispers, "Not enough, not yet." Have you heard that whisper in your own chest? You get a new dress, and soon it feels old. You taste a sweet fruit, and immediately you want another. You receive praise, and in the same moment, you fear it will fade. This is the nature of desire. It moves like the wind, never satisfied, always changing direction. If you build your life upon it, you will always feel unsteady, like standing on a boat in a storm. But listen, my friend, there is another way. In Buddhism, we learn to observe desire, not fight it. Imagine you are sitting by a river, watching leaves float by. Each leaf is a desire. Some are small, some are heavy, some are bright. If you try to grab every leaf, you will fall into the river and be carried away. But if you sit quietly, you see them come and go. And slowly, you realize you are not the leaves. You are the one who watches. I remember once a little boy asked me, "Master, why do we want so many things?" I told him, "Because the heart is looking for home. It thinks that more things will bring comfort, but home is not built with things. It is built with peace." He looked at me with wide eyes and then ran to play. But I knew one day he would understand. Sometimes the deepest truths need time to ripen. The secret is not to kill desire, but to understand it. When you feel hunger, eat with awareness. When you feel thirst, drink with gratitude. When you want love, give it without fear. Desire becomes suffering only when you cling to it, when you believe your happiness depends on it. But when you treat it gently, like a guest who visits and then leaves, it no longer controls you. Think of a candle. The flame is desire. If you cover it with a glass jar, it burns out from lack of air. If you leave it in the open wind, it flickers wildly and may die too. But if you place it in the right place, it gives light and warmth. That is how we must live with desire. Not chasing it wildly, not burying it in guilt, but placing it in balance. Many people spend their whole lives chasing desires like chasing shadows. The more they run, the further it goes. They think, when I find love, I will be complete. When I earn enough, I will be free. When I achieve enough, I will finally be at peace. But peace is not found at the end of chasing. It is found when you stop, turn around, and notice that peace was walking with you all along. The heart is a restless bird, always pecking, always searching. But the bird also knows how to return to its nest. When you breathe slowly, when you sit quietly, when you notice the warmth of the sun on your skin or the taste of tea in your mouth, the bird of your heart rests. And in that rest, you discover something deeper than desire: contentment. Desire will always exist. You will desire food when hungry, water when thirsty, companionship when lonely. But when you understand its nature, you no longer become its slave. You use desire like you use a walking stick, helpful for the journey, but not something you cling to when you no longer need it. That is the art. So, my dear one, look into your own heart. Ask yourself, what am I really chasing? Is it love, or the feeling of being worthy? Is it success, or the hope of feeling safe? Is it wealth, or the dream of being free? Under every desire lies a deeper wish. And that deeper wish is always the same. The wish to be at peace, to be whole. The Buddha discovered that true freedom is not in getting everything we want, but in wanting less. Not because the world has nothing to give, but because the heart already holds more than we realize. When we discover that, desire softens, like a fire becoming a gentle glow. And in that glow, life feels lighter, clearer, and more beautiful. So let us sit, breathe, and watch the river of desire. Let it flow, let it change, let it pass. And remember, you are not the river, you are the sky above it, vast, open, and free. Lessons from the Buddha on craving and letting go. Sit with me a while, my dear one, because this part of the journey is delicate, yet very important. When we talk about attraction and chasing, the root always returns to one thing: craving. Craving is like a shadow that follows us wherever we go. It hides in our laughter, it hides in our work, it even hides in our love. And until we see it clearly, we keep running in circles, never truly free. The Buddha saw this with such clarity that he called craving the thread that weaves all suffering together. Imagine a thirsty man walking in a desert. He sees a mirage of water shining in the distance. He runs toward it, his heart full of hope. But when he reaches the spot, the water vanishes, leaving only sand. Exhausted, he lifts his eyes and sees another shimmering pool ahead, and again he runs. This is how craving works. Each time it whispers, there you will be satisfied. But when you arrive, it disappears, and you chase the next illusion. When the Buddha left his palace, he was surrounded by abundance. Wealth, music, servants, even pleasures that most people would envy. Yet his heart was restless. He saw that no matter how much the palace gave him, the hunger inside him grew deeper. And then he saw sickness, old age, and death. He realized that craving was endless, and the more he fed it, the stronger it became. So he walked away, not because he hated the world, but because he wanted to understand it. He wanted to taste freedom beyond craving. Craving is not just about wanting riches or power. It hides even in small places. Think about when you eat your favorite food. The first bite feels magical. The second bite still delights you. But as you keep eating, the taste fades, and soon you are no longer eating for joy but from craving. Or when someone praises you, the first kind word fills you with warmth. But after a while, you want more and more, and without it, you feel empty. This is how craving slowly takes the throne of the heart. The Buddha taught that to live wisely, we must see craving for what it is, a fire. The more wood you throw into it, the more it burns. And even when you throw all your strength into it, it never says, enough. It only asks for more. But when you step back, when you stop feeding it, the fire begins to shrink. Slowly, it dies down, and in the quiet ash, peace is born. That peace is not dull. It is alive, warm, and light like a gentle morning sun. I will tell you a story. Once a farmer had a cow that gave him milk every day. He loved the cow dearly. But then he began to think, what if I had 2 cows? Then I could have double the milk. So he worked hard, sold his crops, and bought another cow. Then he thought, if 2 cows are good, 4 would be even better. Soon, he was spending his days and nights chasing after more cows. But the more he owned, the more restless he became, for fear of thieves, fear of disease, fear of loss. One day, tired and sick, he sat by the river and realized that when he had only 1 cow, his heart was free, but now with many, his mind was chained. The Buddha often told stories like this, not to say wealth is evil, but to show how craving multiplies our suffering. Letting go does not mean throwing everything away. It means loosening the tightness in the heart. You can hold something in your hand gently, like holding a bird. The bird rests calmly because it feels no cage. But if you clutch it too tightly, it suffers, and so do you. Letting go is not losing. It is allowing life to flow naturally, without trying to trap it. Some people think letting go means emptiness, like standing in a cold room with nothing inside. But real letting go feels like opening a window after being locked in a dark house. The breeze comes in, the sunlight enters, the air feels fresh again. You realize the world was always there, waiting for you, but your grip had closed you off from it. When craving leaves, joy enters quietly. It does not shout, it does not run wild. It just arrives like a friend who knocks softly at your door. That joy is different from pleasure. Pleasure comes and goes, like the taste of sugar that fades quickly. But joy from letting go stays, because it is not dependent on outside things. It is born inside, and once born, it cannot be taken away. Do you see, my friend, how craving blinds us? It makes us chase what is not real. And in chasing, we miss the beauty that is already here. Like a man searching for his glasses while they rest on his nose, we look everywhere outside, forgetting that peace is already within. The Buddha showed us a simple path. See craving, understand it, and release it. He did not say, hate craving or fight it. He said, look at it carefully, as if you are looking at a snake in the grass. When you see it clearly, you will not step on it. Awareness is the key. When you notice how craving pulls you, you begin to loosen its grip naturally. And slowly, as you let go, you begin to notice the small joys of life. The way tea warms your hands on a cold morning. The way the breeze plays with the leaves. The way laughter of a child echoes without worry. These small things are not small. They are the gifts hidden under craving, waiting to be seen once your eyes are free. So, let us remember, Craving is endless, but freedom is simple. The Buddha's lesson is not far away. It is right here. Every time you feel the urge to chase, pause, breathe, and ask yourself, is this craving or is this peace? Slowly, the answer will rise in your heart like the sun rises in the east. And when that answer comes, my dear one, you will know the sweetness of letting go. It is not emptiness, it is fullness. It is not loss, it is gain. It is the taste of freedom, the song of the soul when it is no longer chained, the quiet strength of patience. Student, let me sit with you today and tell you something that often hides in plain sight. It is not something flashy, not something that brings quick results, but without it, every effort we make loses its fragrance. It is patience, and patience, my friend, is not only about waiting. It is about how you wait, and what you carry in your heart while you wait. Many people believe patience is weakness, like doing nothing or accepting life without struggle. But patience is not laziness. It is not helplessness. Patience is quiet strength. It is the power that makes the seed stay inside the dark soil, unmoving for weeks, even months, before the sprout touches the air. Without that stillness, the seed would never become a tree. Without patience, the tree inside you will never grow. Think about a river. The river does not rush to reach the ocean in one day. It bends, it turns, it waits, it touches stones, it pauses in pools, it falls down as waterfall, it spreads wide in plains, and then slowly, with time, it embraces the ocean. If the river had no patience, it would break itself. But because it flows with steady waiting, it reaches where it belongs. I remember once a young monk in the monastery came to me and said, "Master, I sit in meditation, but I see nothing. I feel nothing. I think I am failing." I smiled at him and asked, "When you plant rice in the field, do you go next morning and dig the soil to see if it has grown?" He lowered his head and said, "No, Master." I told him, meditation, love, kindness, wisdom, they all need patience. You water them, you care for them, you let the sun touch them, and then you let time do its work. Patience is also about trust. Trust in yourself, trust in life. When you cook food on fire, you do not eat the raw rice because you cannot wait. You let the flame slowly soften it. If you rush, you eat half-cooked grains, and your stomach will hurt. Life is also like cooking. Everything has its right time to ripen. If you break the fruit before it is ripe, it tastes bitter. If you let it ripen fully, it becomes sweet. Sometimes, patience is tested in pain. Imagine when a storm comes, the trees cannot run away. They bow, they bend, and they hold on. After the storm, they stand again. If they had no patience, they would snap. In the same way, when storms of anger, loss, or sadness come in your life, patience keeps you from breaking. You bend, you wait, you breathe, and then you rise again. I will tell you a small story from my youth. When I was younger, I wanted to carve a wooden Buddha statue. I had never done carving before. I took the chisel and hammer and struck the wood again and again. But after few hours, I saw no shape, only broken pieces. I grew frustrated. I thought maybe I am not meant for this. But my teacher came and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to see the Buddha? First learn to listen to the wood." His words touched me deeply. I started again, slower this time. I struck softer. I waited. I touched the wood gently. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Slowly, very slowly, a form appeared. And one morning, I looked at the statue and tears filled my eyes. Not because it was perfect, but because it taught me patience. That statue still sits in the temple today. Patience is not only about waiting for results. It is about waiting with calmness in the heart. If you wait with irritation, if every moment you ask when, then your waiting becomes heavy like carrying a sack of stones. But if you wait with a smile, if you trust that time is also your teacher, then patience becomes light. It becomes like carrying a flower in your hand. Do you see how children grow? Parents feed them, love them, take care of them, but still, the child grows at its own speed. You cannot pull the child taller by stretching his legs. You cannot push the child into wisdom by shouting at him. Growth takes time. Learning takes time. Healing takes time. Everything beautiful in life takes time. That is why patience is the hidden foundation of love, of work, of every dream. Many people ask me, Master, how do I become patient? I tell them, start small. When tea is hot, do not drink immediately. Wait. When you feel angry, breathe deeply 3 times before speaking. When you plant a seed, watch it every day but do not disturb it. Slowly, patience grows like a muscle, and once it grows, it becomes your friend for life. Patience is also kindness to yourself. Sometimes we are so harsh with our own journey. We expect perfection today, success tomorrow, peace right now. But look at nature. Even the sun rises slowly. First the darkness becomes gray, then the orange spreads, then finally the golden light comes. The sun does not jump into the sky at once. Why should you force yourself to become complete in a single day? Be gentle. Give yourself time. One day, you will see that patience is not something outside you. It is already inside. When you sit by the river and just listen to water, when you watch the clouds drift, when you let the wind touch your skin without rushing to stop it, you are already practicing patience. Life whispers to us every day. Wait, breathe, trust, and walk slowly. So, my dear student, remember this. Patience is not the absence of action. It is the presence of calm trust. It is the faith that what belongs to you will come, but in the right moment. It is the courage to hold on when everything tells you to give up. And it is the wisdom to know that rushing only steals the sweetness from life. Sit with this thought tonight. Maybe when the world becomes quiet, you will hear what patience is telling you. It is saying, I am not here to delay you. I am here to prepare you. Stillness as magnetism. Why calmness attracts. Come closer, my friend, and sit with me a while. Let us speak of something very subtle, yet very powerful, stillness. You see, most people think that to attract life, people, or opportunities, one must run faster, speak louder, push harder. But that is a misunderstanding. True magnetism, the kind that draws without effort, is born in stillness. It is like a lake that reflects the sky. The lake does not try. It does not chase. Yet the mountains and clouds appear upon its surface as if drawn by some quiet law of nature. I have seen many wanderers in the world, full of movement, always seeking, always grasping, and yet they remain unfulfilled. Their hearts are like stormy seas, tossing waves of longing in every direction. When they approach others, their energy feels heavy, and people instinctively keep a distance. But when one learns to sit quietly, to let the heart breathe, a different kind of energy begins to radiate. This energy is soft, warm, and inviting. People are drawn, not because of words or actions, but because of presence itself. Let me tell you a story. Once in a small village, there was a young woman who wanted to be loved, to be seen. She ran from house to house, smiling, performing, trying to please everyone. She grew tired, frustrated, and lonely. One day, an old monk saw her sitting under a tree exhausted and said, "Child, why do you run like the wind when all you need is to sit like the mountain?" Confused, she asked what he meant. He said, "Be still. Let your heart rest. When you are calm, the world leans toward you naturally." The young woman listened. Slowly, she learned to sit with herself, to breathe with her own presence, to let the day come and go without forcing it. And then, almost without trying, people began to come to her. They were drawn not to what she did, but to the quiet light she carried inside. You see, calmness is magnetic because it signals security, confidence, and balance. A person who is frantic or restless broadcasts unease. A person who is still broadcasts stability, warmth, and receptivity. Even in nature, this is true. The bamboo bends with the wind, but does not break. The oak may resist the storm, but it groans under pressure. Calmness in the face of life's turbulence is a quiet power that draws support, trust, and connection naturally. I remember a young monk who came to me seeking guidance. He said, "Master, I want to inspire others to be admired." I asked, "How do you move through the world?" He said, "I speak loudly, I give advice, I show my abilities." I smiled and said, "Do you notice how people turn from the loud river and move toward the quiet pond?" He did not understand, so I told him, "Sit still, speak less, listen more, breathe gently, and the pond will gather around you on its own." Weeks passed, and he discovered it was true. Calmness attracted respect and attention in ways effort never could. Stillness also allows you to see clearly. When the mind is quiet, you notice subtle movements in the world, opportunities, gestures of kindness, or the presence of someone who resonates with you. They become visible. The noisy mind misses them, just as a stormy sea hides the fish beneath its waves. Calmness is a lens, allowing life to reveal its treasures in their proper time. Do you know the story of the lotus? It grows in muddy water, yet its flower rises above, untouched by the murk below. The lotus does not fight the mud. It does not push away the darkness. It simply grows upward, patiently, with calm perseverance, and its beauty becomes magnetic to all who see it. Your heart, too, can be like the lotus. Even if the world around you is chaotic, even if challenges surround you, your calm presence rises above, drawing warmth, compassion, and opportunity. Many people confuse activity with progress. They think the busier they are, the more they attract. But a bird in flight does not flap blindly. It glides, adjusting to the wind, waiting for the right moment to swoop. A mind in constant frenzy misses the currents. But a calm, attentive mind catches the flow of life effortlessly. In human relationships, this is the same. People do not respond to frantic need. They respond to quiet assurance, to gentle patience, to the feeling of safety that calmness creates. There is a subtle art in stillness. It is not forced, it is not posed. A forced calmness is hollow and can be sensed immediately. True stillness comes from the heart. It is cultivated through simple practices: breathing, observing nature, listening to silence, acknowledging your own emotions without judgment. As you sit with yourself, you notice the patterns of your heart. The quiet space that emerges radiates outward like ripples in a pond. And in that radiance, life, people, and opportunities are drawn naturally. I once told a student, "Imagine you are a lantern in the dark. If you swing the lantern wildly, the light is scattered and few can see it. If you set it down gently, it glows steadily, and the path ahead becomes clear for all." Calmness works the same way. When you are centered, steady, and gentle, your inner light becomes visible. It does not force attention, it invites. Even in conflict, Calmness is powerful. Anger, impatience, and frustration repel, but calmness absorbs, reflects, and transforms. A tree in a storm does not scream. It bends. A heart in difficulty does not panic. It breathes. That subtle energy draws understanding, respect, and support. Calmness communicates without words. It is the silent language of magnetism. And remember, being still does not mean being passive. Rivers are still at the surface, yet deep currents flow. Lakes may appear calm, yet they nourish life beneath. In your stillness, energy moves in quiet ways. Thoughts clarify, emotions soften, intuition awakens. The calm heart is not empty. It is full of invisible movement, invisible light, invisible attraction. My friend, the world may rush, shout, and demand. People may chase, compete, and struggle. But the person who masters stillness becomes a quiet center. Others sense it instinctively. They feel peace, trust, and warmth. They are drawn without explanation, without effort. That is the essence of attraction. Magnetism born from calmness, presence, and the gentle power of simply being. So let us practice sitting, breathing, and watching. Let the mind slow, the heart soften, and the breath flow naturally. Let the chaos of the outside world pass like clouds across the sky. In that gentle, quiet space, your true magnetism awakens. People, opportunities, and moments that are meant for you will come. You do not chase. You do not force. You simply are, and the world leans in to meet you. The power of stillness is quiet, subtle, and patient. It may not announce itself loudly, but it shapes the course of your life with grace. Like the moon reflected on a calm lake, it lights everything softly, and everything that belongs moves closer naturally, without push, without grasp, without effort. The middle path, neither grasping nor rejecting. Come, sit close and breathe with me for a while. Today, we will speak about a path that is both simple and profound. The middle path. Many wander in life, either clutching too tightly to what they desire, or pushing away everything they fear. And in both ways they suffer. The Buddha taught a way between these extremes, a path neither of grasping nor of rejecting, a path of gentle balance. Imagine a tightrope walker, balancing between two cliffs. If they lean too much to one side, they fall. If they lean too much to the other, the same. The middle path is like that, walking in life with awareness, feeling the weight of each step, without forcing or avoiding. It is not a straight line of perfection, but a practice of returning, moment by moment, to balance. I remember a young disciple who came to me with a heavy heart. He said, "Master, I want everything I desire, but I also fear losing it. I cannot find peace." I looked at him kindly and said, "Do you hold your cup too tightly? Life is not in the clench of your hand. It is in the breath of your presence." He looked puzzled, so I asked him to take a cup of water and hold it gently. Then, I asked him to clench it tightly. "Which way does the water feel heavier?" I asked. He realized then that trying to grasp life tightly made every moment heavy, while gentle holding made it light. Life constantly teaches us this lesson. We want love, recognition, or wealth, but when we chase them too tightly, the heart feels tight, restless, and anxious. We also fear pain, failure, or loss, and push away experiences that might teach us something important. The middle path is learning to hold the heart lightly, neither clinging too hard nor pushing too far. Think of walking through a forest. If you rush, trying to see every flower, hear every bird, the forest becomes a blur. If you walk with fear, trying to avoid every branch and thorn, you miss the path entirely. But if you walk with gentle awareness, each step soft, each breath calm, the forest opens to you. You notice the sunlight falling through leaves, the sound of distant water, the scent of earth. Life, too, opens in this way when the heart finds balance. I remember a story from my early days as a student. There was a wealthy merchant in our village who had everything, yet he was anxious every day. He feared losing his wealth, feared dishonor, feared sickness. One day, he asked the Buddha, "Master, how can I live without fear?" The Buddha asked him to look at the river. "The river flows," he said, "sometimes calm, sometimes rough, sometimes clear, sometimes muddy. If the river fights the stones or fears the rain, it will never flow. But it flows anyway. Flow like the river." The merchant began to understand. Life is not about stopping the flow, but moving with it, neither clinging nor resisting. Grasping is like holding sand tightly in your hand. No matter how much you squeeze, it slips through your fingers. Pushing away is like trying to escape a shadow. It follows. The middle path asks us to hold life gently, to open our hands, to embrace both light and shadow, joy and sorrow, love and loss. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. I recall a student who was frustrated with meditation. He said, "Master, I try to let go, but my mind keeps thinking." I asked him, "Are you trying to control it too much, or are you pushing it away?" He thought, then shook his head. "I am trying to stop it," he said. I said, "Then you are grasping and rejecting at the same time. Sit again. Simply notice the thoughts. Let them float like clouds across the sky. Neither chase them, nor push them away." This is the middle path. Slowly, over time, he learned that peace arises naturally when the mind is neither forced nor resisted. In relationships, the middle path is equally important. Love deeply, but do not cling. Care profoundly, but do not control. Support, but do not dominate. This balance creates trust and harmony. People sense when the heart is balanced. They are drawn to it effortlessly. Clinging and fear, in contrast, create tension, and even love turns heavy and bitter when grasped too tightly. Even our own emotions teach this. When anger arises, neither shove it down nor feed it endlessly. Observe it, let it exist, let it move through you like a passing wind. When joy arises, neither cling nor expect it to last forever. Simply experience it fully, then let it pass. In this gentle rhythm, life flows naturally. The middle path is not passive. It is alive, flowing, aware. Think about the bamboo. It bends in the storm but does not break. It is strong because it is flexible, not rigid. Rigid trees snap. Bent bamboo survives. The middle path teaches us to be like bamboo, flexible, resilient, and aware. When we learn this, life becomes less of a struggle and more of a dance. Even our desires are to be held lightly. Do not reject them, but do not chase them blindly either. Desire is a teacher, a reflection of what the heart seeks. See it, understand it, and walk beside it without being controlled. This is subtle, yet incredibly freeing. The Buddha often said, "Do not cling, do not push away, but walk the path with awareness." Each moment is a chance to practice this. Each breath, each thought, each encounter. The middle path is not a single act, but a lifetime practice. A gentle turning toward balance, a quiet embrace of life as it is. As you walk this path, you will notice a lightness in the heart. You will feel a connection to the world, a warmth that is steady and calm. People, situations, even challenges will flow differently toward you because you move from balance, not chaos. You become like the river, like the bamboo, like the lotus in still water. Attractive not because you chase, but because you embody harmony. Sit now, my dear one, and breathe. Feel your own heart. Notice where it clings, where it resists, and gently, as a friend would, guide it back to the center. Neither chasing nor fleeing, just being. The middle path is not a destination. It is the quiet rhythm of life itself, and in it, you discover freedom. Understanding energy exchange. How we naturally draw others. Sit with me a while, dear one, and let us talk about something so subtle, yet so powerful that it touches every moment of our life. Energy. Not the kind of energy you see in machines or in fire, but the quiet, invisible currents that move between people, thoughts, and even moments. Everything you feel, everything you carry, sends out a vibration into the world. And the truth is, whether you like it or not, the world responds to it. You draw people not only by what you say or do, but by the energy you carry within. Many wander through life thinking that to attract love, friendship, or success, they must work harder, talk louder, or perform endlessly. But the true art of attraction is not in chasing or proving, it is in being. People feel your presence before they hear your words. Like a calm lake under the sun, the energy you emit reflects outward. If the water is still, the reflection is clear, inviting, and beautiful. If the water is disturbed, chaotic, and restless, no reflection can settle, and those around you feel only the turbulence. I remember a student who came to me, anxious and restless, constantly trying to impress everyone around him. He said, "Master, why do I feel invisible?" I asked him to sit, close his eyes, and simply breathe. "Do not speak, do not move, just feel yourself," I said. He squirmed at first, uncomfortable with the stillness. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only minutes. It matters little in stillness. Slowly, he began to notice that when he was calm, he could sense people leaning subtly toward him, drawn not by what he did, but by the quiet energy that radiated from his relaxed heart. The moment he let go of effort, the energy shifted, and others responded naturally. Energy is contagious. Happiness, anger, anxiety, calmness. These are all felt before they are seen. You may enter a room, and someone smiles because your heart is warm, even if you say nothing. Or, without noticing, a harsh thought can create tension in a conversation. The Buddha spoke of this when he said, "What you are is what you attract. If your mind is pure, the world reflects purity. If your heart is restless, unrest follows you." It is not about pretending or controlling. It is about awareness. When you sit quietly and notice your inner currents, you learn how to guide them gently. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions begin to flow in harmony. You do not need to chase people or outcomes. Your balanced energy draws what is meant for you effortlessly. Like a flower that opens naturally to the sun, your presence invites connection without demand. I once saw a young woman in the market, overwhelmed by life, worried, and tense. People avoided her, not because she was unkind, but because her energy carried fear and impatience. Then, one morning, she paused, closed her eyes under the shade of a tree, and breathed. For the first time, she allowed her energy to soften, her heart to slow. She returned to the market the next day, and something had shifted. People approached her, drawn by a quiet warmth, a subtle openness that had not been there before. She had learned the invisible language of energy. Even small actions carry energy. A smile, a nod, a word spoken with kindness. They radiate far beyond the immediate moment. But these are not magical tricks. They are natural reflections of the heart state. When your inner world is turbulent, The energy feels forced, shallow, or even tense. When your inner world is calm, centered, and sincere, energy flows effortlessly, touching those around you in ways words cannot. Think of the bamboo again. It bends and sways with the wind. It does not resist, but it does not break. Its energy is not rigid or harsh. People drawn to it feel balance, flexibility, and resilience. Human energy works similarly. When your heart is flexible yet centered, open yet anchored, your energy becomes magnetic, and you attract not because you try, but because you embody. Many people do not realize that energy exchange is reciprocal. When you bring calm, presence, and warmth, the world responds in kind. When you carry fear, anger, or restlessness, the world mirrors these currents back to you. The Buddha spoke of interconnection. What you radiate returns in kind. Energy is a silent conversation, older than words, deeper than thought, and continuous as the wind moving through trees. I remember a story from my own days of wandering. A village child approached me, trembling and frightened. He had been rejected by his peers, shunned for being different. I asked him to sit, to breathe, and to imagine his heart as a quiet lantern. Slowly, he allowed the light to grow. When he returned to the village square, people noticed the change. Not in his clothes, not in his words, but in the subtle warmth and confidence he now carried. Energy, when tended gently, transforms both the self and the world around it. Energy also interacts with space. Enter a room tense and anxious, and it feels smaller, heavier. Enter with calm and grounded presence, and the space breathes, becomes lighter, more expansive. This is why we feel some people immediately welcome and others repel. It is not superficial charm. It is resonance. True magnetism is invisible. It cannot be bought, forced, or imitated. It can only be cultivated from within. Cultivating energy begins with attention to the heart and breath. When you notice thoughts arising, do not fight them, but do not cling either. Let them pass like clouds. Notice emotions and allow them to flow without resistance. Sit with your body. Notice tension. Release it softly. In this way, your energy naturally settles into a rhythm of balance, warmth, and presence. And from this place, attraction becomes effortless, because what you radiate aligns with who you are. I once taught a group of young monks about this subtle art. One asked, "Master, can energy really affect others?" I replied, "Yes, but it is not magic. It is nature. A river does not ask permission to flow, yet it nourishes the lands it touches. So too does your energy nourish what surrounds it. Calm, balanced energy is life-giving. Restless, chaotic energy, like a storm, may repel and destroy. They practice quietly, observing themselves and others. In time, they discovered that presence, rather than words, effort, or desire, was what drew trust, friendship, and love. Even silence has energy. A pause in a conversation, a shared quiet moment, a gaze held without expectation, all carry currents that speak louder than words. Learning to be comfortable with silence, with presence, with being, is one of the greatest gifts we can offer ourselves and others. Energy is not separate from life. Every breath, every heartbeat, every gentle thought contributes to the invisible field around you. This is why meditation, mindfulness, and conscious breathing are so central in Buddhism. They are not rituals. They are practices to align your inner currents, so your energy flows naturally, effortlessly, and harmoniously. When you walk into a gathering, do not think, "I must be seen." Instead, think, "I will bring presence, warmth, and calm." You will notice people leaning in, listening, smiling, not because of effort, but because of resonance. This is the subtle law of energy exchange. We attract what we are, not what we chase. Even in adversity, energy matters. If you face fear, illness, or sorrow with a heavy, restless heart, you amplify struggle. If you face it with calm acceptance, curiosity, and gentle presence, you create space for healing, help, and unexpected blessings. Your energy sets the tone, and the world responds accordingly. So, my friend, remember, the heart speaks first, the energy moves first, and the world leans in naturally when we carry it with care. Nurture your inner currents. Sit quietly, breathe, notice, smile softly to your own heart. The rest of the world will respond in kind. This is the invisible art of attraction, the subtle dance of energy exchange, the quiet truth of how we naturally draw others. The role of self-love in attraction, embracing your true self. Sit with me, dear one, and let us speak about a truth many overlook, the quiet power of self-love. Often, people search outside themselves for validation, for love, for acceptance, thinking that it must come from others. They try to impress, to perform, to win approval, yet the heart remains empty. The Buddha spoke gently of this, reminding us that love begins within, that attraction is born first in the soul, not in the gestures, words, or appearances we display. I remember a young monk who came to me, troubled. He said, "Master, I try so hard to be liked, to be admired, yet I feel unnoticed, unseen, unworthy." I asked him to sit, close his eyes, and place a hand on his own heart. "Do you feel warmth there?" I asked. He looked down, confused. "It is just me," he said softly. I smiled. "Exactly. This is the beginning. To draw life, to draw people, you must first embrace yourself. Not the perfect version you imagine, but the one that exists breathing alive right now. Self-love is not vanity, nor is it pride. It is gentle acknowledgement. It is the whisper of understanding to your own heart. You are enough. You are worthy. You are already complete in your own presence. When this energy radiates outward, it creates a subtle, magnetic field. Others feel it. It is a calm, steady light that draws naturally, without effort, without forcing, without chasing. I recall a story of a young woman in our village who feared she was not beautiful enough, smart enough, kind enough. She sought constant validation from friends and strangers, yet felt emptier with each attempt. One day, she came to the river and sat by the water, staring at her reflection. Slowly, she began to smile at herself, to notice small things. The softness of her eyes, the curve of her lips, the warmth in her hands. She whispered, "I am here. I am enough." Weeks passed, and she noticed that people began to be drawn to her naturally. Not because she tried, not because she changed, but because she had allowed herself to exist fully and lovingly. Self-love transforms energy. A heart that is kind to itself does not seek desperately from others. It does not clutch, beg, or demand. It simply exists in a state of gentle fullness. And this fullness is what attracts. Like a candle in the dark, it radiates warmth and light, inviting others naturally, without effort. People are drawn to calm, centered hearts, not frantic or needy ones. Consider the lotus again. It blooms in muddy waters, yet remains untouched, radiant, and complete in itself. You too can be like the lotus, holding your imperfections gently, acknowledging your struggles, loving yourself even in moments of doubt. This is not arrogance, it is truth, and truth is magnetic. I once guided a student who constantly compared himself to others. "Master," he said, "I feel less than everyone else. How can I attract anyone if I am incomplete? I asked him to close his eyes and breathe deeply. Notice your heartbeat, I said. Feel the life within. Notice your breath. This is your foundation, your center. All else grows from this. Slowly, over months, he learned to appreciate his own presence, to treat himself with patience and kindness. And as he did, he noticed others drawn to his gentle confidence, not because he had changed outwardly, but because his energy had shifted inwardly. Self-love also allows boundaries to form naturally. When you are grounded in your own worth, you do not tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or draining relationships. You draw those who resonate, who honor your heart, and repel those who do not through force, but through natural alignment of energy. This is subtle, but deeply effective. I have observed many wanderers clinging to the approval of others, exhausting themselves in pursuit of love and recognition. They feel unseen, yet the truth is simple. The energy they send out is fractured, seeking externally what they have yet to cultivate internally. When the heart learns to hold itself, to nurture itself, to acknowledge itself, attraction flows effortlessly. People, opportunities, joy. They are drawn naturally to fullness, not to lack. Even our flaws, when embraced with self-love, carry their own beauty. The cracks in the vase, the scars on the skin, the moments of doubt. All these become a tapestry of life lived fully. To hide or reject them is to fracture energy, but to accept them is to radiate authenticity. Authenticity, my friend, is magnetic. It is what draws without chasing. I once told a student, imagine the sun and the moon. The sun does not ask to be seen. It shines. The moon does not demand attention. It glows. Your self-love is like that. Shine gently, glow softly, and those who belong will come naturally. Chasing is unnecessary. Forcing is futile. Just exist in truth. Over time, he understood that being authentic, being kind to oneself, and holding his presence fully created a ripple that touched everyone around him. Self-love is also the foundation for empathy. When you are gentle with yourself, you are gentle with others. When you acknowledge your own fears and needs, you can respond to others with compassion, not neediness. This exchange of energy is what draws meaningful connection. People feel it instinctively. I recall an old monk telling me, "Child, to love others fully, you must first love yourself. Without this, your love is a cup with a hole. It leaks, leaving emptiness behind." I have seen this countless times. When the heart is whole within, relationships, friendships, opportunities, and even abundance flow naturally. When it is fractured, attachment, desperation, and imbalance dominate. Even in silence, self-love speaks. A person who sits quietly, feeling their own presence without judgment, radiates a calm energy that others sense immediately. This is not magic. It is nature. A heart aligned with itself is magnetic, gentle, and inviting. Self-love is not a destination, but a practice. Each breath, each thought, each small act of kindness toward oneself strengthens it. To notice a moment of beauty within, to forgive a mistake, to rest when tired, to speak gently to oneself. These are acts of profound energy cultivation. And as energy shifts inward, the outward world responds naturally. I have observed those who reject themselves entirely, who constantly strive to meet expectations, seeking love, admiration, or success externally. They are like a dry field, waiting desperately for rain. When they embrace self-love, however, the field softens, absorbs, and blooms naturally. The energy they carry becomes fertile ground for life to respond generously. Even in hardship, self-love remains a steady anchor. When the heart embraces itself, fear, sadness, and loss are felt but not overwhelming. Energy does not scatter in frantic pursuit. It remains centered, calm, and receptive. And this centeredness attracts support, understanding, and opportunities without forcing or grasping. Remember, dear one, people are drawn not to perfection, not to force, but to the quiet, steady truth of presence. To embrace yourself fully, with all your imperfections, is to embody that truth. This is the core of self-love. This is the hidden, invisible, yet profoundly magnetic force that draws life to you. So sit now. Place your hand on your heart and breathe. Feel the warmth there. Feel the rhythm of your life. Feel the acceptance of your being. You are enough. You are complete. And from this gentle, grounded presence, the world will lean toward you, naturally, effortlessly, as if called by a quiet, invisible law. Letting go of neediness, the secret to natural attraction. Sit with me, dear one, and breathe. Today, let us speak about something delicate, something that many feel but few understand: the weight of neediness. It is a subtle hunger, a quiet grasping, a restless wanting that whispers constantly in the heart. Many chase people, situations, or outcomes, thinking that fulfillment lies outside, yet the truth is simple. Attraction is born not from need, but from release. When the heart lets go of desperation, when it breathes freely without clinging, life responds naturally. I remember a young seeker who approached me, his eyes heavy with longing. "Master," he said, "I want people to notice me, to care for me, to love me, yet I feel invisible." I asked him to sit, close his eyes, and place a hand on his chest. "Do you feel the restlessness?" I asked softly. He nodded. "This is neediness," I said. "It is the silent clench that pushes away what you desire most. When you release it, the world leans in naturally. But first, you must understand it. Neediness is not always loud. Often, it wears the disguise of effort, charm, or perfection. We try harder, smile wider, speak more, or present ourselves in ways we hope will be acceptable. Yet beneath all this, the heart tightens. People sense the tension. The energy becomes heavy, and instead of drawing connection, it repels. The Buddha often spoke of desire, not the pure wish to live fully, but the grasping that brings suffering. Neediness is grasping, subtle and invisible, yet powerful in its effect. I recall a story of a young woman in a bustling village. She wanted attention from a teacher she admired, pouring herself into acts of service, trying to be noticed. But the more she tried, the more anxious and restless she became, and the teacher remained distant. One evening, under the shade of a large tree, she sat quietly and breathed, feeling the tightness in her chest. Slowly, she allowed herself to relax, to simply exist without expectation. The next morning, the teacher approached her, not because she had performed, but because her heart had softened, her energy had released, and she was simply present. This is the power of letting go. Letting go does not mean indifference. It does not mean abandoning care, effort, or presence. It means releasing the grip of expectation, the silent demand for recognition, the restless whisper that says, "You must notice me, or I am not enough." When we let go, the heart expands, the energy lightens, and attraction flows effortlessly. Like a river that no longer clings to stones, it moves freely, naturally finding the paths that nourish life. I once taught a student who constantly sought approval from his peers. "Master," he said, "I feel lost if they do not praise me. I cannot breathe without their recognition." I asked him to sit and place his awareness on his breath, not on their words. Slowly, we trace the movements of grasping and longing. Notice, I said, how neediness tightens you, how it pushes the world away even as you chase it. Now breathe, soften, release. Over weeks, he learned to notice the pull of need without feeding it. And in that gentle release, he discovered a subtle magnetism. People were drawn to him naturally, not because he chased, but because he was present, calm, and free. The world mirrors our inner state. Desperation creates tension, and tension pushes life away. Calm, relaxed, and open hearts invite connection, understanding, and love. It is not magic. It is nature. The energy of neediness contracts, shrinks, and repels. The energy of freedom, release, and presence expands, radiates, and attracts. This is the invisible law of life. Even in relationships, letting go of neediness transforms connection. Love, friendship, or partnership that stems from desperate grasping often becomes strained. But love that arises from a heart at ease, from someone who is complete within, flows effortlessly, like wind through trees. This does not mean detachment in a cold sense. It means alignment with one's own center. When the heart rests, attraction becomes natural. I remember a young man who desired the affection of a friend. He tried constantly to impress, to please, to ensure attention, yet the friend remained distant. One evening, I asked him to sit quietly and feel the urge inside, to notice the neediness without acting on it. Weeks passed as he practiced this, observing the pull but releasing it gently. Slowly, he noticed a change. The friend began approaching, drawn by his presence, by the calm, grounded energy that no longer sought validation but simply existed. The difference was subtle yet profound. Release created attraction. Neediness often arises from fear. Fear of loss, rejection, inadequacy. The Buddha taught that understanding the roots of desire, observing it without judgment, and releasing attachment are keys to freedom. When fear dissolves into awareness, the heart becomes soft, open, and inviting. Others sense this softness and are drawn not to effort, but to genuine presence. Even our own thoughts play a role. When the mind obsesses over outcomes, relationships, or recognition, energy becomes tight and frantic. Observing the mind, letting thoughts pass like clouds, without chasing or resisting, is an essential practice. In this gentle observation, neediness softens. In this space, attraction becomes effortless, flowing naturally, like sunlight falling on a calm lake. I have seen many wanderers trying to force connection, attempting to control people and situations, thinking that effort equals result. But energy does not respond to force. It responds to release, to presence, to authenticity. To attract naturally, one must cultivate a heart that is free, spacious, and unattached to outcomes. The more the heart relaxes, the more life leans toward it. Even moments of solitude are powerful teachers. Sitting alone, noticing neediness rise and fall, breathing through it, practicing release, the heart learns the subtle rhythm of attraction. Life flows to those who are free within. This is not learned in a day or a week. It is a practice, a gentle unfolding of awareness, breath by breath, moment by moment. I remember telling a student, neediness is a shadow. It disappears in the light of presence. Do not fight it. Do not chase it. Simply notice it and let it go. Over time, he discovered that the quieter, more center he became, the more people, joy, and opportunity naturally gravitated toward him. The law is simple. When the heart releases, life responds. Even small acts of release matter. A smile offered without expectation, a word spoken without need, a presence felt without grasping. These are ripples that draw connection naturally. The Buddha often spoke of subtlety. The unseen currents matter more than the visible actions. Neediness tightens the heart. Release softens it. This softening is the magnetism of life. So, my dear one, practice observing the whispers of neediness within you. Notice the restlessness, the anxious seeking, the quiet demands for attention or love. Then, with gentle breath, let them soften, let them float away. Sit in the calm of your own presence. Allow your energy to expand quietly, and watch how life leans in without chase, without force, naturally. This is the secret of natural attraction. Not in pursuit, not in grasping, not in desperate effort, but in release, in presence, in gentle, steady alignment with your own heart. When you let go of neediness, the world leans in. The energy shifts, the heart opens, and life moves toward you as if drawn by an invisible, loving hand. Breathe now. Feel your chest rise and fall. Notice any tension, any grasping, any longing, and gently let it go. Feel the freedom in release. Feel the quiet, magnetic presence of a heart that rests. This is the path, the subtle art, the truth of attraction born from release. Practicing patience in attraction, timing and flow. Sit with me, dear one, and breathe deeply. Today, let us speak of patience, that gentle art that most forget in the rush of life. Many wander the world chasing connection, love, success, or recognition, thinking that the faster they move, the sooner they will receive. But the truth, my child, is subtle and delicate. The universe, like a river, flows in its own time. To attract naturally, one must learn to move with the current, not against it. Timing is everything, yet it cannot be forced. I remember a young disciple who came to me in frustration. "Master," he said, "I see people forming bonds, finding joy, and I wait. I try, but nothing seems to come. Why am I so late, so behind?" I looked at him gently and asked, "Do you watch the seed when it is planted and demand it to sprout immediately? Or do you water it, care for it, and trust its own rhythm?" He pondered this, and I continued, "Patience is not idleness. It is presence, attention, and trust in the natural unfolding. The heart that is impatient tightens, clutches, and moves in anxious bursts. It sends out energy that is fragmented, scattered, and loud. People sense it even if you do not. Energy that is hurried, grasping, or desperate often repels rather than attracts. But the heart that breathes slowly, that trusts the flow of life, creates an invisible rhythm, a harmony that draws people and circumstances naturally, like bees to a flower. I recall a story of a young woman in our village, eager for companionship, yet constantly disappointed. She tried to arrange encounters, send messages repeatedly, and impress those she admired. Her energy became tense, almost palpable. One day, she sat by the river and simply observed the water, noticing how it moved patiently around stones, around fallen branches, unhurried yet persistent. She began to mimic the river in her own life, letting interactions unfold, trusting the natural timing of meetings. In time, connections came, flowing effortlessly, not forced, not hurried, yet rich and meaningful. Patience in attraction is an active practice, not a passive waiting. It is the art of aligning with life's flow. It is noticing opportunities, taking action when appropriate, yet releasing attachment to outcomes. The Buddha often reminded us that attachment leads to suffering. When we grasp tightly, our energy contracts, we repel instead of attract. When we allow, when we trust, the heart expands and invites. I remember guiding a young monk who constantly fretted over friendships. "Master," he said, "I fear I will be left alone. I do not want to miss my chance with people I care about." I asked him to close his eyes and feel the rhythm of his own heart. Notice, I said, how it beats at its own pace. Life is no different. Each connection, each opportunity has its own timing. To rush is to disrupt the harmony. Over weeks, he practiced noticing urges, then releasing them gently. Slowly, he discovered that relationships unfolded naturally, without pressure or forced effort. Even in love, timing is delicate. Many chase romance, trying to make it happen, trying to fill a vacuum, trying to force a response. Yet love, like sunlight, cannot be coerced. It comes to hearts that are ready, present, and calm. Those who rush often create tension, misunderstanding, or disappointment. Those who allow, who nurture themselves and wait in gentle trust, find that love appears naturally, drawn to the authentic, patient energy. I once told a student, imagine a tree in spring. You cannot rush the buds to bloom. You can water it, care for it, give it sunlight, but the moment of flowering is its own. So too with life. Do not chase or force. Nurture, prepare, and allow the flow. He began to see that his anxious efforts often pushed opportunities away, while moments of quiet presence and patience drew people closer without effort. Patience also allows for deeper awareness. When we slow down, we notice subtleties, small gestures, small signs, little moments of truth that we miss when rushing. These tiny details carry the essence of connection. The impatient heart often overlooks them, chasing the grand or obvious, missing the delicate threads that naturally bind. Even solitude teaches patience. Sitting alone, breathing, observing thoughts rise and fall, learning to wait without urgency, cultivates an inner calm that radiates outward. This calm becomes attractive because it signals wholeness, stability, and centeredness. People, opportunities, and joy respond to this natural rhythm. I recall a young man desperate for recognition at the market. He tried to perform, to speak loudly, to stand out. Yet people ignored him, distracted by his tension and urgency. One evening, he sat quietly on the steps of a temple, breathing and noticing the life around him. Days passed as he practiced being present without striving. Slowly, merchants and visitors began noticing him, drawn not to performance, but to the calm, steady energy that no longer sought attention, but simply existed. Patience is also an act of trust. Trust that life unfolds as it should, that your heart's desires are not missed, that opportunities arrive in alignment with your own readiness. Fear of missing out is a symptom of impatience. To release this fear is to allow life to move in harmony with your own energy. I have seen many wanderers exhausted by frantic pursuit, chasing connections, validation, and success. Their energy was tight, fragmented, and even when they achieved what they sought, it felt hollow. Those who moved with patience, who aligned their efforts with the natural flow, found life arriving gently, effortlessly, richly. This is the secret. Trust, presence, and alignment with the rhythm of life. Even small actions of patience matter. Responding without urgency, speaking without rush, listening fully without distraction. All these cultivate energy that is steady and attractive. The universe notices subtle alignment. Attraction is rarely loud or immediate. It is a gentle, consistent flow that carries depth and meaning. Consider the bamboo, dear one. It grows slowly, often unseen, its roots strengthening beneath the soil for years before a single shoot emerges. Patience is not wasted time. It is preparation, foundation, and alignment. So too with connection, attraction, and life's opportunities. Rushing only weakens the roots. Even when outcomes are delayed, patience sustains hope without grasping. It allows energy to remain soft, open, and inviting. When we do not force, when we do not clutch, life leans toward the calm heart naturally. Timing, flow, and alignment become our allies, not our obstacles. I once guided a student worried he would never find friends. I asked him to notice the pull of urgency, the tension in his chest, the rushing of thoughts. Sit with it, I said. Breathe. Let it soften. Trust the rhythm of life. Slowly, he allowed interactions to unfold without forcing. Friendships emerged not because he demanded them, but because his calm, patient presence invited them. Patience also teaches humility. We cannot control others' timing, nor the unfolding of circumstances. Accepting this gently, without resistance, fosters grace. People are drawn to this quiet wisdom, the energy of someone who understands the natural rhythm of life. Even in attraction, impatience can blind us. We may overlook compatibility, depth, or alignment in our rush for immediate connection. By practicing patience, we notice subtleties, cultivate discernment, and allow relationships to grow organically. So, my dear one, breathe now. Feel your own rhythm. Notice the pull of urgency, the whisper of fear that says, hurry, act, chase. Gently release it. Trust the natural flow. Let each moment unfold. Allow energy to move as it wishes, without grasping. In this soft, quiet, patient presence, attraction comes naturally, effortlessly, beautifully. Life flows like a river, and your heart, when patient, flows with it. Timing and flow are the secret, subtle forces that draw connection, love, and opportunity to those who wait with awareness, presence, and gentle trust. The power of gratitude in attraction. Cultivating appreciation. Sit quietly with me, dear one, and breathe slowly. Let us speak of a gentle force, soft yet powerful, that often goes unnoticed, the force of gratitude. You see, attraction is not only about presence, patience, or release. It is also about the way your heart resonates with life itself. Gratitude is a frequency, a vibration, a warmth that spreads quietly from the center of your being. When your heart is grateful, it becomes magnetic, drawing people, experiences, and joy toward it naturally. I remember a young seeker who approached me, his eyes clouded with frustration. Master, he said, I do everything right. I practice release, patience, presence, yet I feel unseen, unnoticed. Why does nothing respond? I looked at him with gentle understanding and said, Tell me, my child, how often do you notice the small blessings in your day? How often do you pause to appreciate the air, the sun, the sound of life itself? He blinked, confused. I suppose I rarely do, he admitted. I smiled and said, Then your heart is reaching outward for connection that begins with what is already here. Gratitude shifts the energy from lack to abundance. Many wanderers focus on what is missing, on what they desire, what they long for. This energy of scarcity contracts the heart, makes it tight, and often repels the very life they seek. But when we cultivate appreciation for what already exists, the smile of a stranger, the warmth of sunlight, the gentle rustle of leaves, our heart softens. And in this softening, attraction flows effortlessly. I once told a student to carry a small practice. Each morning, find 5 simple things to appreciate. Your breath, the taste of water, a memory that makes you smile, the feel of the ground beneath your feet, or the sound of birds outside. She hesitated, thinking it trivial, yet she committed. Over weeks, her energy transformed. People noticed her calm presence, her quiet joy, her authenticity. She became magnetic not because she tried to attract, but because gratitude reshaped her energy. gratitude is not only about noticing the good, but also about accepting life as it is. The Buddha often taught that contentment arises not from external attainment, but from inner awareness. To cultivate gratitude, one must observe life's gifts, even the subtle or overlooked ones, without judgment or expectation. The moment you do, your energy becomes lighter, open, and welcoming. I recall a man who came to me, weary from chasing recognition. "Master," he said, "I feel exhausted. Nothing I do seems enough. People do not appreciate me." I asked him to sit quietly and breathe, and to silently acknowledge 3 small things he often ignored: the roof over his head, the cup of tea he enjoyed each morning, and the smile of his neighbor. As he practiced daily, a gentle shift appeared. His energy became calmer, his presence more inviting. Others were drawn not to effort or striving, but to the warmth radiating from his grateful heart. Gratitude also softens the heart, reducing fear and neediness. When we focus on what we already have, the endless pull of wanting, grasping, and comparing diminishes. Our hearts rest in a state of abundance rather than scarcity. And from this relaxed, abundant state, attraction flows naturally. People are drawn to those who are at ease with life, who radiate appreciation rather than desperation. Even small acts of gratitude ripple outward. A simple thank you offered sincerely, a nod of acknowledgement, a gentle smile in recognition of someone else's presence. These tiny gestures carry subtle energy that invites connection. The universe responds to such energy because it mirrors the quiet joy of a heart aligned with what is already here. I remember a young woman, lonely and impatient for connection, who began keeping a daily gratitude journal. At first, she wrote mundane things: the warmth of her blanket, the taste of breakfast, the laughter of children nearby. But gradually, her awareness deepened. She noticed the kindness of strangers, the beauty of fleeting moments, the subtle gifts that life provided each day. With each acknowledgement, her energy shifted. She became more present, more relaxed, and naturally attractive. People were drawn not to what she sought, but to what she radiated: quiet appreciation, calm, joy, and warmth. Gratitude also cultivates humility, which is another magnetic force. A heart that appreciates life does not need to demand attention or validation. It does not push or chase. Instead, it offers presence and sincerity. People sense this humility and are drawn not to ego, but to authenticity. Authenticity cannot be faked. It grows quietly from a heart that recognizes and values the simple gifts of existence. I once guided a student who constantly compared himself to others, feeling inferior and anxious. I asked him to notice one thing each day that was already enough within his life: a friend's smile, a task completed, the quiet of morning. Slowly, he began to feel a subtle warmth in his chest. The tension loosened, the energy of envy and fear faded. He discovered that appreciation, even for small things, created an unseen magnetism. People began to respond naturally to his calm, grateful energy. Gratitude is also a practice of presence. When we appreciate something, we must notice it fully in the moment. The taste of a meal, the fragrance of flowers, the sound of wind. When felt fully, without distraction, our heart expands. This expansion is felt by others, drawing them to the gentle, abundant energy of someone who notices and values life itself. Even in difficult moments, gratitude carries power. When life brings challenges, pain, or disappointment, finding a small thread of appreciation, breath, body, loved ones, nature, transforms our energy. Instead of contracting in fear or resentment, the heart softens, opens, and radiates calm strength. Attraction is born from this inner warmth, not from chasing, striving, or demanding. I once observed a monk who had lost everything he valued in a fire. At first he despaired, yet each morning he would breathe deeply and note small blessings. The sky above, the support of friends, a warm cup of tea. Over time, he noticed that people naturally gravitated toward him, offering help, companionship, and kindness. He realized that the energy of gratitude, even amidst hardship, was profoundly magnetic. Gratitude also deepens connection with the world. When we notice and appreciate the subtle movements of life, the clouds drifting, the rain falling, the laughter of children, we tune into the rhythm of existence. Our hearts align with this rhythm, and people are drawn to that harmony. This is why gratitude is not just polite manners. It is the invisible current that attracts life toward you naturally, gently, effortlessly. Even the energy of thought matters. Thoughts of appreciation, rather than resentment or lack, transform the vibration of our presence. When the mind continually dwells on gratitude, the heart's openness becomes palpable. People, situations, and joy respond to this subtle, consistent energy. I remember telling a student, to attract naturally, practice noticing the smallest gifts of life. Do not wait for grand events. The petals of a flower, the warmth of sunlight, the rhythm of your own heartbeat. These are enough. When your heart acknowledges them, it glows. When it glows, it draws the world to you without chase, without effort, without force. Even the simple act of smiling while appreciating your own existence carries magnetic energy. People sense authenticity, calm, and warmth. Attraction flows naturally to such hearts because life responds to alignment, not grasping. Gratitude is alignment. Gratitude is presence. Gratitude is love offered quietly, unasked, unobtrusive, yet profoundly powerful. So, my dear one, sit now, breathe, and notice 3 things around you that are blessings. Feel the warmth in your chest as you acknowledge them. Notice the subtle shift in your energy, the softening, the expansion. Feel how this quiet, abundant presence flows outward, touching everything, inviting connection effortlessly. This is the power of gratitude, the magnetism of appreciation that naturally attracts life, love, and joy. And as you practice daily, remember, the smallest things carry the greatest force. Gratitude is the gentle river that carries the heart to harmony, the invisible current that draws life toward you, not through chasing or grasping, but simply through the recognition and celebration of what already is. The art of letting go, finding freedom in release. Sit with me a moment, dear one, and breathe slowly. Let us talk quietly about a thing most people struggle with: letting go. So many come to me, carrying burdens, tight in their hearts, clinging to what they think they need, what they fear to lose, or what they desperately wish to control. And I always say, child, do you see how heavy your hands are when you clutch so tightly? How can you welcome life when your arms are full of what no longer serves you? I remember a young man who came one morning, eyes red from sleepless nights, worry etched deep across his face. He had been chasing a love, a dream, a promise, anything that seemed just out of reach. Master, he said, I try to hold on, I try to fight, I try to push, yet everything slips away. What am I doing wrong? I looked at him gently, almost like a father looking at a son, and said, You are doing nothing wrong. You are doing what everyone does, holding too tightly to what is meant to be free. True power comes not from holding, but from letting go. Letting go is misunderstood, you see. It is not about giving up or ignoring life. It is not laziness or weakness. It is a quiet courage, a deep trust, a willingness to release control and allow the natural flow of life to carry you. When you let go of the tight grip, suddenly, the world feels lighter, the heart beats softer, and even the burdens that remain feel less heavy. There was once a woman who was obsessed with being perfect in every part of her life. Work, family, friends, even her own thoughts. Every misstep, every error, she held onto like a stone pressing against her chest. I asked her one day to close her eyes, to picture holding her hands open, letting every fear, every expectation, every desire slide from her fingers like water. At first, she laughed, saying it was impossible, but as she practiced daily, even in small moments, I saw her shoulders drop, her smile soften, her eyes become warmer. And life began to respond. People were drawn to her calm presence, not because she controlled them or demanded their attention, but because she had freed herself from her own tight grip. You see, attachment is a subtle prison. We attach to people, to plans, to images of who we think we should be, or how life should unfold. And when we cannot make those things stay, we suffer. But release does not mean you stop caring. It means you care without clinging, you love without owning, and you move through life with a heart open and soft, ready to embrace whatever comes without fear. I remember speaking to a young monk once who was tormented by regrets from his past. "Master," he said, "I cannot forgive myself. I cannot move forward." I told him, "Every breath is an opportunity to release. Each moment you hold on to pain is a moment stolen from joy. Place the regret in your hands, close your eyes, and let it dissolve. You cannot change the past, but you can let it be." At first, it felt impossible to him, but slowly, day by day, he learned the art of release. His heart became lighter, and in that lightness, freedom emerged. Letting go is not only about pain or attachment. It is also about expectations, about how life should be. We often craft pictures in our minds thinking, "If only this happened, I would be happy," or "If only they were different, I would be loved." And when reality does not match the picture, we suffer. But when we release the rigid frame of expectation, we find joy in the unexpected, beauty in the ordinary, and peace in the flow of life as it is. I recall a traveler who came to me, desperate for a job, a position, recognition, yet every door seemed closed. He was tense, anxious, constantly striving. I told him to close his eyes and imagine the wind taking his tight desires away, letting the river carry them where they belong. He resisted at first, thinking, "But Master, if I do nothing, I will have nothing." I smiled and said, "Child, to release does not mean to do nothing. It means to act without attachment, to give effort without clinging to the result." Gradually, he began to understand. He acted, he tried, he failed, he tried again, but with a soft heart, and in that softness, opportunities appeared he never imagined. There is a subtle joy in release. It is not loud, it is not flashy, but it is steady, deep, like water flowing over stones. We release and suddenly find that the things we feared losing were never ours to begin with, or that they return in better form when we are ready. The universe does not force. It waits for the heart to open, for hands to unclench, for the soul to breathe freely. Even relationships, dear one, are a lesson in letting go. We often try to hold people close, to control their thoughts, actions, or feelings. But love that is grasping is not love. It is anxiety masquerading as affection. True love, true connection, is rooted in freedom. It is a gentle presence, a softening of the heart, a release of ownership. When you love without clinging, you become magnetic. Others sense your ease, your calm, your authenticity, and they are drawn, not because you chase, but because you flow. Letting go also means releasing fear. The fear of loneliness, the fear of failure, the fear of not being enough. Fear is heavy. It contracts the heart. And we attract not from fear, but from openness. Every moment we release a little fear. Every moment we choose trust over worry. We allow life to move through us more freely. Attraction flows not from desperation, but from this deep, calm freedom. I remember guiding a student through meditation. "Close your eyes," I said, "and picture every worry, every want, every attachment as a leaf on a river. Watch it float away. Do not reach for it. Do not grasp it. Simply let it move." At first he panicked, thinking, "If I let it go, it will be gone forever." And I whispered, "Child, what is truly yours will return naturally, but only when you are ready, only when your heart is free." By the end of the meditation, he felt weightless, a rare smile lighting his face, and a new understanding settled quietly within him. Letting go is also an art of patience. We cannot release fully in a moment. It is a process, gentle and incremental. Each day offers small practice. Noticing tension in the shoulders, quieting racing thoughts, forgiving yourself for mistakes, seeing the impermanence of what surrounds you. Each act, each breath, teaches freedom. Even the simplest moment can be a practice in release. While walking, feel the breeze, notice the passing clouds, acknowledge each footstep as fleeting. Every small observation teaches that life is temporary, and freedom lies in embracing impermanence. The harder we cling, the more we suffer. The softer we release, the more life flows through us, enriching us quietly. I once told a seeker, "The world cannot be held, and neither can people, nor time, nor love. Yet the beauty of life lies in its motion. The more you release, the more life reaches you." He looked at me, puzzled. Then slowly, with each breath, he began to understand. Letting go is not a single act. It is daily, moment to moment, breath to breath. Each day we release anger, resentment, fear, expectation, or desire. Each day, our hands become lighter, our hearts softer, our presence more magnetic. When we release, we are no longer a source of tension or grasping, but a source of calm, of warmth, of quiet energy that attracts naturally. And so, my dear one, practice this gentle art. Release what binds you. Let the wind carry your fears. Let the river bear your expectations. Let the sun warm your heart without asking. In this freedom, you will find a magnetism deeper than chasing, stronger than effort, and more beautiful than desire. The world will respond to your open hands, your soft heart, your quiet courage, and life itself will flow to meet you. Not because you grasp, but because you release. Patience as the silent magnet. Sit with me a while, and let us talk about something so simple, yet so misunderstood: patience. Many think patience is merely waiting, that it is dull, passive, or a sign of weakness. But true patience, my dear one, is alive, vibrant, and quietly powerful. It is the gentle river that carves valleys through stone, the silent wind that bends the tallest trees without breaking them, the calm within us that attracts life, rather than chasing it. I remember a young seeker who came to me, restless, frustrated, constantly seeking immediate results in his life. "Master," he said, "I try so hard, I push, I demand, but nothing comes. How can I make life give me what I want?" I smiled softly, the corners of my eyes crinkling, and said, "Child, it is not life that refuses, it is you who forgets to listen. The more you force, the more you repel. patience is not about forcing or rushing. It is about letting life unfold in its own rhythm and aligning yourself quietly with it. He frowned, perplexed, thinking perhaps patience meant idleness. But I led him to a garden where tiny sprouts peeked through the earth. "Do you see these?" I asked. "Do they hurry to bloom? Do they fret about tomorrow?" "No. They trust the earth, the rain, the sun, and quietly, each day they grow." Your life is much the same. Effort is important, yes, but rushing and pushing is like shaking the soil. It disrupts growth. Patience is magnetic, yet it works in ways the mind cannot immediately understand. When we wait without desperation, without anxiety, life starts to respond to the calmness within us. People are drawn to that serenity. Opportunities appear in ways we never imagined, not because we demanded them, but because we created a space for them to enter. I recall a woman burdened with fear, constantly worrying about whether she would ever find a partner, a true companion. She chased, she pleaded, she tried to control situations. And yet, nothing felt right. I told her, patience is not the absence of action, it is the presence of trust. Prepare yourself quietly, refine your heart, and do not rush. When you are ready, what is meant for you will approach, not in haste, but gently. Slowly, she began to practice this, pausing before speaking, letting moments breathe, accepting small delays without panic. And in time, the connection she sought came, not through frantic pursuit, but through the soft radiance of her own patient heart. Patience, my dear one, is not passive waiting, it is active presence. It is noticing the details others miss, the softness of a morning breeze, the laughter in a child's eyes, the gentle rhythm of life that hums quietly beneath the chaos. In practicing patience, we train ourselves to see more deeply, hear more clearly, and respond more thoughtfully. The world begins to mirror the calm within us, because the energy we carry is the energy we attract. I remember guiding a young monk struggling with anger. "Why must I wait for justice?" he asked. "Why must I endure so long while others succeed?" I told him, patience is the silent magnet. When you release the rush, release the judgment, and allow time to unfold, life brings lessons, opportunities, and resolutions in ways you could not orchestrate yourself. Your waiting is not wasted, it is preparation. Slowly, he began to feel the shift. The tension in his shoulders softened, his breathing became easier, and a quiet confidence began to grow. We often confuse impatience with ambition. "I must achieve this now, or I am failing," we tell ourselves. Yet ambition fueled by desperation only pushes life further away. True ambition, guided by patience, flows like water. It is steady, unhurried, persistent without tension, and powerful without force. Like a river shaping a canyon over centuries, patient effort shapes life in ways that frantic force never can. I once spoke to a traveler who complained that his business ventures were not succeeding quickly enough. "I have worked day and night," he said, "but nothing seems to move." I asked him to sit and breathe. "Plant a seed today," I said, "and watch it. Do not dig it up every hour to see if it has sprouted. Water it, nourish it, and trust. The growth will come in its own time." At first, he laughed, thinking me naive, but slowly, he began to notice small changes, subtle progress that he had overlooked. Patience allowed him to see the rhythm, the pattern, and to act wisely, not frantically. Patience also teaches us humility. We realize that we cannot control everything, that life has a tempo beyond our comprehension, and that rushing often leads to mistakes or missed opportunities. When we surrender to the pace of life, without forcing, without resisting, we discover freedom. And in that freedom, attraction happens naturally. People, opportunities, and blessings flow toward a heart that is at ease. Even in love, patience is the silent magnet. We may desire connection, closeness, and intimacy, yet if we push or demand, we create tension. But when we allow love to grow naturally, to unfold slowly, each interaction becomes meaningful, each gesture more profound, and attraction happens not from force, but from the soft radiance of a heart at peace. Patience is also self-compassion. Often, we beat ourselves for not achieving quickly enough, for making mistakes, for being behind in life. But each person grows at their own pace, and life has its own unfolding. The more gently we treat ourselves, the more we open space for growth. When we stop rushing, stop punishing, stop demanding, the heart becomes lighter, and we attract harmony rather than struggle. I remember walking with a student along a quiet forest path. Fallen leaves crunched beneath our feet. "See how the trees grow?" I asked. "Do they hurry to leaf or flower?" No. Each season brings its own rhythm. We must learn to honor that rhythm within ourselves. Patience is listening deeply to your own unfolding, without forcing or fearing. It is the quiet magnet that pulls life to you naturally. Patience and timing are inseparable. Even the most perfect opportunities, the most right person, or the most needed insight can be wasted if we arrive too early or too late. Patience trains us to sense timing, to read the subtle cues of life, and to act in harmony with the flow, rather than against it. Life is full of small practices: waiting in line without irritation, listening fully without interrupting, accepting delays without complaint, breathing deeply when anxious. All cultivate patience. Each small act is a seed. Over time, these seeds grow into a presence that draws life gently toward you. You become a silent magnet, attracting without grasping, calling without shouting, receiving without chasing. The world rewards patience in ways that surprise us. Opportunities appear when least expected. Insights arrive in quiet moments. Connections deepen without force. But only when we have cultivated patience, not as a chore, but as a natural way of being, do we recognize and receive these blessings. The universe moves to meet hearts that are steady, soft, and trusting. Remember, patience is not about resignation. It is not about giving up or being passive. It is about trust, presence, and quiet perseverance. Each day, practice being patient with yourself, with others, with life itself. Watch, listen, breathe, and in the silence, in the waiting, you will find a power stronger than chasing, a magnetism deeper than forcing, and a peace more profound than any hurried success. And so, my dear one, embrace patience as your companion. Let it guide your heart, steady your mind, and open the doors that impatience has long kept closed. For in patience, you are never truly waiting. You are preparing, growing, and attracting the life that is ready for you naturally, gently, and with infinite grace. Trusting life's invisible flow. Sit with me, my friend, and let us breathe together a moment, because today we speak about something invisible, yet more powerful than any force you have ever tried to control. Life, you see, is like a river flowing unseen beneath the surface of what we can touch. We may see ripples, we may feel the current, but the deepest part of the river is hidden. And it is in that hidden depth that all movement, all change, all attraction quietly happens. I remember a young seeker coming to me with a furrowed brow, saying, "Master, I try to plan, I try to control, I try to make things perfect, but everything slips, everything changes, and I am left behind. How do I live without fear, without grasping, When life is so uncertain, I smiled gently, seeing the tension in his chest, the racing thoughts in his mind, and I said, "Child, life is not meant to be forced. The river does not struggle to flow, and yet it reaches every place it must. Learn to float with it, trust its invisible currents, and you will discover a freedom you cannot imagine." He looked at me skeptically, as if I were speaking in riddles. "But Master, if I do not act, if I do not push, won't I be left behind?" I laughed softly, a quiet sound blending with the wind rustling the leaves. "Ah, that is the mind's trick. Acting is important, yes, but pushing, demanding, forcing, that only fights the flow. When you trust, when you move with the rhythm rather than against it, action becomes effortless. Timing becomes perfect. The right things appear in the right moments. You do not need to chase. You need only to align." I took him to a small pond in the garden, where the water reflected the sky like glass. "See the ripples when a stone falls? See how they expand and settle, reaching places far from where the stone touched? Life is like that. Every small choice, every quiet action, sends ripples you cannot yet see. Trust the ripples, trust the flow, and do not rush to grasp what is only beginning to move toward you." Many of us struggle because we cannot see the invisible. We want proof. We want immediate results. We want to hold life in our hands. But the invisible is patient, quiet, subtle, and immensely wise. It moves around obstacles. It creates paths we never imagined. It brings people, opportunities, and insights when we are ready to receive them. Trusting this invisible flow is like learning to dance with the wind. You do not command it. You do not resist it. You simply sway, step, and move with its guidance. I remember a woman who came to me, anxious and heartbroken. "I feel lost," she said. "I try to make the right decisions, but everything falls apart. How can I trust life when it seems so cruel?" I held her gaze and said, "Life is never cruel, only misunderstood. You see, when we grasp and force, we create friction. When we trust and flow, even hardship becomes a teacher. Every obstacle a lesson, every delay a gentle preparation. Life is always moving toward your growth, even when it feels like it moves away." She hesitated, unsure how to let go. I suggested she start small. Let one day pass without forcing an outcome. Breathe deeply. Notice the moments as they are, without judgment, without expectation. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, she began to feel a calm stirring in her chest. She started noticing signs, coincidences, small openings she had previously overlooked because she was too busy chasing. The invisible flow was always there, she realized, but only patience and trust had allowed her to see it. Trusting the flow does not mean inaction. It means mindful action, aligned with life rather than against it. It means listening to subtle cues, following intuition, noticing what is right before your eyes. Many people act tirelessly, but in directions that resist the current of their own path. They feel exhausted, frustrated, or empty because they are pushing against life instead of moving with it. The flow has its rhythm, and it is gentle yet irresistible, guiding those who are willing to follow. Even our relationships are shaped by this invisible current. We may desire connection, yet struggle to control it. We may seek approval, love, or success, yet force creates tension. But when we trust the flow, when we let interactions unfold naturally, when we offer kindness without expectation, something magical happens. The currents align, hearts meet without struggle, doors open that we did not even see, and life flows with an elegance that cannot be forced or hurried. I recall a young monk worried about his studies. He feared failure, fearing he would never be enough. And yet he tried to control every outcome, to grasp every opportunity, to force himself to excel. I said, "Observe the river, child. Notice how it moves past obstacles, how it curves, how it finds its way. Your learning is like that. Let the flow guide your efforts. Let patience refine your actions, and trust that what is meant for you will come in its own time. Effort without flow is struggle. Effort with flow is mastery. The invisible flow of life is not random. It is intelligent, vast, and subtle. It is like a web of threads, each choice, each action, each thought sending vibrations that extend beyond our understanding. When we learn to trust, to move gently, to align our hearts with this intelligence, we find a power that is quiet yet unstoppable. We discover that life does not require us to fight. It requires us to follow. I have seen people who struggle for years, only to find that the moment they release control, the moment they trust, life opens. Jobs appear, friends arrive, love flows, insight comes. Not because life suddenly favors them, but because they finally stopped resisting the natural movement that had been there all along. Trust is the quiet key that unlocks the doors we have been pounding on. Even in failure, the flow is at work. A closed door may redirect us to a better path. A loss may teach resilience and compassion. A delay may offer time to grow, to prepare, to see what we had overlooked. The invisible flow is always nurturing, always moving toward balance, always aligning life in ways we cannot yet perceive. We only need to trust. Trusting the invisible flow begins within. It begins with stillness, with observation, with surrender to what is, rather than what we wish it to be. It begins with breathing, pausing, noticing. When we cultivate this inner calm, the external currents begin to reflect it. Opportunities, guidance, and connections appear effortlessly. We attract not by chasing, but by aligning. Life's invisible flow is also teaching us humility. We are not the masters of time, nor of chance, nor of the hearts of others, but we can be masters of our own presence, our own awareness, and our own trust. By cultivating this, we allow the river of life to carry us, to refine us, to guide us gently but surely to the places we need to be. I remember walking with a student along a foggy morning path. "Why is it so unclear?" he asked, uneasy. I replied, "The fog is like the invisible flow. You cannot see the whole path, but it is there. Step carefully, trust each movement, and the way will reveal itself. Fear and grasping only cloud your vision. Trust clears it. Even in love, trust in the flow is essential. We may wish to control timing, to force connection, to predict outcomes, but love is born from alignment, from openness, from quiet waiting as hearts resonate with the currents that are already moving. Trying to command love only creates friction. Trusting the flow allows it to flourish effortlessly, beautifully, naturally. Life's invisible flow asks us to cultivate awareness, to be awake, to notice the signs that are all around us. It asks us to release resistance, to soften the grip of worry and fear, and to act from a place of calm, rather than panic. The flow responds to those who move gently, who breathe fully, who trust quietly. I have seen countless students transform by this simple, yet profound practice. Those who chase remain restless. Those who trust the flow find themselves guided, supported, and led to exactly what they need, often in ways they could never have imagined. The invisible currents of life are always working, always present, always responsive to our trust. And so, my dear one, learn to trust the unseen. Align your efforts with patience, your heart with openness, your mind with presence. Let go of desperate control, and feel the gentle, invisible flow carrying you forward. You do not need to chase. You do not need to force. Life, in its wisdom, knows your path. Step lightly, breathe deeply, trust fully, and you will find that the river carries you exactly where you are meant to go. The art of receiving grace. Sit with me a while, and let us speak of something subtle, something that often escapes the hurried mind. The art of receiving. You see, many wander through life thinking that giving is the measure of worth, that action, effort, and striving are all that matter. And yet, life is a dance of giving and receiving, a rhythm as old as the mountains, as gentle as the morning breeze, as inevitable as the sun rising after the longest night. To receive is not weakness, my friend. To receive is to honor the flow of life, to allow the gifts that the universe, the unseen currents, and even the people around us wish to place in our hands. I recall a young monk who came to me with a bag heavy on his shoulders. "Master," he said, "I work, I serve, I try to do good, but I feel empty. I give and give, yet nothing returns. How do I find balance?" I looked into his eyes, soft and weary, and I said, "Ah, child, the river does not pour endlessly into the sea without receiving rain, without drawing water from the mountains. To give without receiving is not harmony. It is an imbalance, a river that forgets its source. Learn the art of receiving, and your giving will bloom naturally, effortlessly." He was puzzled. "But Master, receiving feels selfish. How can taking, allowing, or accepting make me more whole?" I laughed quietly, a sound like leaves brushing together in the wind. It is not taking with greed, nor allowing with arrogance. It is accepting with awareness, with gratitude, with humility. To receive is to recognize that life, in its quiet generosity, wishes to nourish you. When you resist, you close the door. When you accept, even silently, you open the doorway to abundance. I led him to a quiet pond, where the water reflected the clouds as they drifted lazily across the sky. "See this pond?" I asked. "It does not struggle to reflect the sky. It does not grasp or demand. It simply allows. When a bird dips and skims the surface, it receives the ripple and the shadow. When leaves fall, it receives them without effort. The pond does not hoard, it does not resist. It simply receives, and in receiving, it becomes a mirror of beauty. That is grace." He knelt beside me, staring at the still water, and slowly his face softened. He began to understand that receiving is not passive. It is an act of presence, an openness to life's quiet generosity. When we allow ourselves to be nourished, comforted, guided, and healed, we honor the natural balance of giving and receiving. Many fear receiving because it demands vulnerability. To open your hands, to let go of the illusion that we must always control or earn, to simply accept, that requires courage. I have seen students stumble because they equate independence with isolation. But independence, true independence, is not about shutting the world out. It is about being strong enough to receive, to let life's offerings enter without fear or judgment, and then, naturally, to share them from a full heart. I remember a woman who arrived, weary from the trials of life. She carried burdens that seemed too heavy to lift, and she had learned to shoulder them alone, believing that asking for help or receiving kindness would make her weak. I said to her gently, "Child, imagine carrying a cup of water from the spring to your home. You may try alone, but the cup will spill, your arms will tire, your steps may falter. Now imagine letting life pour some of that water into your hands along the way. It does not lessen your effort. It strengthens your journey. This is receiving." She hesitated, unsure. "But how do I receive without feeling shame or guilt?" I smiled, the lines on my face softening in the morning light. Receive as the earth receives rain, not questioning, not measuring, not fearing. Receive as the sun gives light in return for nothing. And in receiving, you participate in the grand dance of balance. Every gift you allow in, every kindness you accept, nourishes not just your body, but your spirit. And from that nourishment, your giving becomes richer, purer, more effortless. Receiving is also about noticing. Often, grace comes wrapped in small gestures, quiet words, or gentle opportunities. We may overlook them, distracted by our striving, our plans, our restless thoughts. A smile, a shared meal, a quiet word of encouragement. These are the droplets of the river, the brush of wind on your face, the subtle kindnesses that, when accepted, feed the soul. But if we close our hands, if we distrust, if we refuse, these gifts vanish before we even see them. I once walked with a young man who had lost hope after repeated disappointments. "Nothing comes to me," he said. "I try, I wait, I hope, and yet the world is empty." I took his hand and said, "Do you feel the wind on your face? Do you hear the birds singing? Do you taste the water from your cup this morning? All these are gifts. Life speaks in whispers, not always in thunder. To receive is to notice, to open, to allow these whispers to enter your heart. Only then can the river flow fully." The art of receiving also teaches patience. We may see others prosper, succeed, or be blessed seemingly effortlessly, and we may become impatient, thinking our turn has been denied. But life does not move in our schedule. Timing is a mystery. The currents of grace are subtle, and they come when our hearts are ready to hold them. Rushing, grasping, or demanding only disturbs the balance. Patience, awareness, and openness create the fertile soil in which grace may bloom. Receiving is humility. It is the quiet acknowledgement that we are part of a larger whole, that we cannot do everything alone, that the universe, in its infinite wisdom, wishes to give. We must learn to let go of the idea that accepting help, kindness, or opportunity is weakness. In truth, it is the recognition of our connection to all life, our willingness to flow with it, our courage to be tender. I remember an elder who had lived long, carrying much wisdom, saying to me once, "I have learned that the most precious art is to receive, to be nourished, to allow life to enter. When we resist ourselves. When we accept, we embrace the fullness of our journey." And in that moment, I understood that receiving is not passive, not empty. It is sacred, active, and transformative. Even sorrow and hardship are gifts, though they arrive unbidden. To receive them does not mean to welcome suffering, but to accept the lessons, the growth, the subtle shaping of our hearts that comes from challenge. By receiving fully, we allow transformation. By receiving gently, we cultivate resilience. By receiving without resistance, we discover the grace that flows even in darkness. Receiving is also about gratitude. True receiving is intertwined with gratitude, a quiet, gentle acknowledgement of what is given. Even when the gift is small, subtle, or unexpected, recognizing it, embracing it, and allowing it to nourish your heart multiplies its power. Life's river is generous, but only when we open our hands to drink. I have seen students transformed simply by practicing receiving. They began to notice opportunities they had overlooked. They began to let love enter without fear. They began to see guidance in moments previously ignored. Life, in return, responded with abundance, not because it suddenly changed, but because the student had opened to it, had allowed the flow, had embraced the art of receiving. And so, my dear one, cultivate the courage to receive. Let your heart be a vessel, open and tender. Accept kindness, insight, love, guidance, and even the quiet lessons of hardship. Do not resist. Do not question the source. Do not measure the worthiness. Receiving is not passive. It is alive. It is a dialogue between your soul and the universe, a dance between what is given and what is nurtured within you. As you practice, you will notice the subtle shift. Giving becomes natural, effortless, joyous. Because when the vessel is full, it overflows. When the heart receives, it gives without striving. The river of life moves through you with grace, carrying both the gifts of the world and the silent blessings of spirit. To receive is to participate in this sacred dance, to honor the flow, and to become, quietly and completely, a mirror of the universe's generosity. Embrace the art of receiving, my friend, and notice how it transforms your life. The gifts are always there, waiting for hands willing to open, hearts willing to trust, minds willing to let go. To receive is to awaken, to flow, to live fully. In receiving, we touch the infinite, and in giving, we reflect it. The wisdom of letting go. Come, sit with me for a while, and let us speak softly about a thing that touches all hearts, but is rarely understood. The wisdom of letting go. Many carry so much, my friend, so much in their minds, their hearts, their hands. We gather memories, regrets, worries, hopes, attachments, and we clutch them tightly, thinking that holding on will give us safety, identity, meaning. And yet, in this very grasping, we often lose the freedom, the lightness, the gentle clarity that life wants to give us. Letting go is not forgetting, not abandoning, not becoming cold. It is, in truth, the tender acceptance of what cannot be held, the gentle release of what hinders, and the humble opening of the heart to what is. I remember a student who came to me with a brow heavy with worry and a voice burdened by sorrow. He said, "Master, I cannot let go. I try. I tell myself to move on, but the past clings to me like shadows at dusk. How do I release what is mine, what I cannot forget?" I looked at him with quiet eyes, and I said, "Ah, child, you are holding the water in your hands too tightly. See, when you grasp, the water escapes between your fingers. The tighter you hold, the more slips away. Letting go is not pushing away. It is allowing the water to flow naturally, to rest where it belongs. Only then can your hands feel the lightness and fullness of life once more." He frowned, uncertain. "But Master, will I not lose myself if I let go?" I smiled softly as a breeze touches the leaves. "No, my friend. In letting go, you do not vanish. You do not disappear. You awaken. You discover that you are not the weight of your attachments, nor the echo of your past, nor the fear of your future. You are the space in which all these things move. You are the calm beneath the storm. You are life itself, present and alive, not tethered, not constrained, but free. I have seen many who resist letting go, clinging to pain, anger, disappointment, or even joy that has passed. They think that holding these tightly will preserve them, protect them, define them. But this grasping is an invisible chain, subtle, unrelenting, and it shapes the soul into a cage. The heart becomes heavy, the mind restless, and the spirit weary. To release is not surrender to emptiness. It is the courageous act of making space for life's flow, for the unseen gifts, for the possibilities that cannot arrive while we cling. A woman once came to me, carrying grief so deep it seemed carved into her very being. She said, "Master, I cannot let go of my loss. Every day I feel it. Every night it wakes me. How do I free myself without forgetting?" I took her hands gently in mine and said, "Child, there is a difference between forgetting and releasing. Forgetting is a stone thrown into the river, lost forever. Releasing is a leaf carried by the current, touching the water, feeling the wind, and moving forward. You do not erase your grief. You allow it to flow through you, like a river that passes through valleys, nourishing, shaping, yet never stagnant. She looked at me, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, she began to understand. To let go is not to discard life's experiences. It is to honor them without being imprisoned by them. It is the acknowledgement that some things are meant to stay in the past, that some pains, some joys, some regrets belong to the currents of life, not to the walls of our hearts. I have watched students struggle with resentment, holding tightly to the offenses of others. They carry the weight of perceived slights as if their life depends on it. And I tell them, forgiveness is not for them. It is for you. Letting go of resentment is the act of releasing a stone from your own back. The wound may remain, but the burden need not. Only when you release do your steps become lighter, your breath deeper, your heart open. Even our own expectations, our visions of who we must be, what we must achieve, and how life should unfold. These too are chains. We clutch to the idea that our life must look a certain way, that our efforts should yield precise results, that our path is ours alone to carve. Yet life is vast, mysterious, and uncontainable. The wisdom of letting go teaches us to flow with the unexpected, to embrace what arrives without resistance, to dance lightly on the ground of impermanence. I remember a quiet morning when a leaf fell into the pond, swirling gently, carried by currents unseen. I said to a student nearby, "See the leaf? It does not struggle, does not resist. It does not fight the water. It does not demand the wind. It simply allows, and in that allowing, it moves with grace, it touches beauty, it becomes part of the river's story." So too, we must allow the currents of life, letting go of what cannot remain in our hands, so that we may move with grace, touch beauty, and become part of life's unfolding story. Letting go also requires patience. We may try to release anger, grief, or attachment, and yet find ourselves holding again and again. Do not despair. The river of the mind takes its time. Each attempt, each moment of awareness is a step. Each breath, each gentle observation is a teaching. Even in our resistance, we learn the contours of the self, the weight of the heart, and the nature of attachment. Slowly, softly, like the turning of seasons, release comes. And do not fear the emptiness that seems to follow. When you let go, the spaces that remain are not voids to be feared, but openings filled with potential, with possibility, with life yet unseen. It is in these spaces that joy may arise without clinging, love may flow without grasping, peace may settle without effort. The heart becomes spacious, flexible, alive. It becomes a home not just for what is gone, but for what is always arriving. I have walked with elders who have learned this dance of release, and I have seen them hold memories like threads of silk, not chains. They touch the past with tenderness, not grasping. They embrace the present with openness, not clinging. And they anticipate the future with gentle curiosity, not fear. This is the wisdom of letting go. To live fully, with lightness, presence, and heart wide enough to hold all that is and all that will be. Even love, even hope, even ambition must be touched by the wisdom of letting go. We may love deeply, yet attachment can turn love into suffering. We may hope, yet insistence can blind us to life's gifts. We may strive, yet obsession can weigh the soul. To let go is to release, not the essence, but the grasping. It is to allow love, hope, and ambition to flow, unchained and free, to grow naturally, and to touch life without fear. So, my dear one, practice this art tenderly. Notice the moments when you clutch too tightly, when the mind clings to memory, fear, or expectation. Breathe, observe, and with gentle courage, let go. Allow the currents to carry what cannot stay. Accept the space that remains, and move lightly, freely, openly. Life is not held. It is experienced, breathed, flowed through. In the end, letting go is an embrace of life's impermanence. It is a quiet trust in the unfolding of the world, a surrender not to weakness, but to wisdom. To release is to awaken, to see the beauty in the transient, the grace in the fleeting, the lightness in the present. Each act of letting go is a small miracle, a gentle opening, a doorway to peace. And so, walk softly, friend. Hold what is essential lightly, release what is burdensome, and notice how the world opens its arms. Notice how your own heart begins to breathe. The wisdom of letting go is the path to clarity, the song of freedom, and the quiet joy that arises when the soul is unburdened and awake. The stillness within. Sit with me a while, and let us speak about something very close, yet so often overlooked: the stillness within. You see, many people rush through life as if the world will end if they pause even for a moment. They fill every second with movement, noise, plans, worries, and chatter. And in this rushing, they lose the quiet space that is already inside them, waiting like a small pond beneath the waves, calm, clear, and patient. Stillness is not empty. It is alive, rich, and tender. It is not the absence of life, but the presence of all that truly matters. I remember a young man who came to me, hands shaking, eyes darting, mind racing with thoughts of failure, fear, and doubt. He said, "Master, I cannot rest. My mind never stops. I feel I am losing myself in this constant noise. How can I find peace?" I smiled gently, for I have seen this many times, and I said, "Child, peace is not something to be found outside, in the streets, in work, or in others' praise. It is already here, inside you, but it is like a lamp covered in dust. You must sit quietly, breathe, and let the dust settle. Then the light shines naturally, without force, without struggle." He frowned, uncertain. "But Master, how do I sit quietly when thoughts keep coming, when life demands action?" I nodded slowly, and my voice was soft, like the wind through bamboo. "Ah yes, thoughts will come, like clouds across the sky. They will not vanish, and they should not be chased away. Observe them gently, watch them move, and as you breathe, as you notice, you realize that the sky is vast, and the clouds, though passing, do not disturb the sky itself. Stillness is like the sky. Thoughts are like clouds. The stillness is always here, even when the clouds move. I often see people afraid of stillness. They equate it with boredom, loneliness, or emptiness. They run to fill the silence with noise, stories, and distractions. But true stillness is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is the quiet presence of your own life, your own heart, and the vast awareness that watches all things with gentleness. In stillness, we hear the soft truths that are drowned out by constant motion. We feel the gentle rhythm of our breath, the pulse of life, the subtle messages of the heart. There was a woman once, weary from years of rushing, caring, doing, achieving. She came to me and whispered, "Master, I feel lost in my own life. I do not know who I am beneath all these roles." I took her hand and said, "Child, beneath the doing, beneath the endless moving, there is a place untouched by your struggles. Sit, breathe, listen. At first, it may feel empty, but slowly you will hear the rhythm of your own being. You will see that who you are is not what you do, but the stillness in which your doing occurs. The river moves, but the riverbed remains calm. In stillness, one learns patience. We begin to notice that everything unfolds in its own time. The leaves do not rush to fall. The river does not hurry to the sea. The sun rises in its own time. And so too, our lives unfold naturally. When we sit quietly, when we let the world be, we find that our worries soften, our minds settle, and our hearts become open. We see clearly what truly matters. And the things that are not important drift away, like leaves on a gentle stream. I have seen students struggle, coming to me with restless hearts, insisting that peace must be immediate, visible, certain. And I tell them, stillness is not a prize to be won. It is the soft presence beneath all striving, the gentle pond beneath the wind. You cannot force it. You cannot demand it. You can only sit, breathe, and notice. Slowly, quietly, the stillness reveals itself. And when it does, it teaches without words, guides without direction, and holds you without constraint. Even in pain, even in uncertainty, stillness is possible. When life shakes us, when troubles come like storms, we may feel that calmness is impossible. And yet, the stillness within is not broken by the winds or the rains. It may be covered by noise, clouded by fear, hidden under layers of thought, but it remains waiting, patient, unwavering. When we turn our attention inward, even for a moment, we touch it, and it whispers, "I am here. I am always here." I remember a quiet evening when the sky was soft with twilight. A student asked me, "Master, why is it so hard to feel still? Why does my mind always wander?" I smiled, looking at the slow dance of shadows across the ground, and I said, "Because you are used to noise. You have been taught to seek outside, to chase, to act, to fill. Stillness is like a new language. At first, it feels strange, unfamiliar. But as you practice, even a little, it becomes natural. You begin to listen to the small things, the breath, the heartbeat, the gentle sounds around you. You begin to feel life flowing quietly, and you know that you are part of it, not separate, not lost, not broken. Stillness is also a teacher of humility. In sitting quietly, we realize that the world does not revolve around our desires, our fears, our expectations. The wind blows as it will. The rivers flow as they will. The sun rises as it will. And we, in our gentle stillness, learn to flow with life, not against it. We learn that resistance brings suffering, while acceptance, rooted in awareness, brings peace. And yet, do not think that stillness means inactivity. It is not emptiness, but presence. In stillness, we notice what needs attention, what needs care, what requires action. The action that comes from stillness is not frantic, not forceful, not anxious. It is precise, gentle, and effective because it arises from clarity, not distraction, from understanding, not compulsion. I have seen many who meditate, seeking stillness, but becoming frustrated when thoughts do not stop, when emotions rise, when life intrudes. I tell them, do not fight the thoughts. Do not judge the emotions. They are part of life. Stillness is not the absence of movement, but the presence of awareness. Watch, notice, feel, breathe. Slowly, the mind becomes like water, reflecting without distortion. Slowly, the heart becomes like the earth, holding without breaking. Even a single breath can teach this. When you inhale, notice the fullness of the air, the life it brings. When you exhale, notice the release, the letting go. Each breath is a teacher, a guide, a friend. In following the breath, you touch stillness, you touch the present, you touch yourself. And with practice, the stillness expands, filling moments, filling days. filling life with gentle clarity. And so, my dear one, practice gently. Sit, breathe, notice, watch the thoughts, feel the body, hear the sounds, sense the spaces. You will find that the world, noisy and chaotic as it is, becomes a mirror for your own stillness. You will find that peace is not something far away, not something earned, not something given. It is inside you, always patiently, waiting for your gentle attention. Stillness within is the root of wisdom, the source of clarity, the home of the heart. It teaches compassion, patience, humility, and love. It does not demand. It does not judge. It simply is. And when we rest in it, even for a moment, we touch life in its purest form, and we begin to understand what it means to truly be alive. So, sit with me, my friend. Feel the quiet. Breathe slowly. Notice the spaces between thoughts, the pause between words, the gentle rhythm of life flowing through you. In these moments, the stillness within speaks. Listen. Let it guide you. Let it heal you. Let it awaken you. And know, softly and deeply, that you are always at home in the calm, patient, and loving stillness of your own being, embracing the flow of life. Sit with me a little while, and let us speak quietly about something very simple, yet very deep, about the flow of life. Many people spend their lives fighting the current, thinking that if they could just control everything, then life would be peaceful. But life is not a river to be stopped. It is a river to be felt, to be embraced, to be understood in its gentle, winding, unpredictable way. The flow of life is not something outside of you. It is not a stranger you must chase or capture. It is the very breath within you, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the movement of your thoughts and feelings, all dancing together in a vast, endless harmony, whether you notice it or not. I remember a young student who came to me, shoulders tense, eyes tight with worry, and he said, "Master, I do not understand my life. It seems I am always running, always struggling, and yet I never reach where I want to go. Why is life so hard?" I looked at him gently, feeling the weight of his struggle, and I said, "Child, life is not hard because it is cruel. Life flows like water, sometimes calm, sometimes rough, but it is always moving, always alive. If you resist it, if you try to hold it, to force it into your plans and desires, you will feel its power against you. But if you learn to move with it, to flow with it, even the rough currents become teachers, and even the fast rivers carry you where you need to go." He frowned, unsure. "But Master, how do I flow when I do not even know the direction?" I smiled softly, and my voice was warm, like the sunlight through morning mist. "Ah yes, direction is not always clear. Even the river does not know the ocean when it begins. Yet it flows, step by step, moment by moment, breath by breath. Life carries you. The current knows its way better than any map you carry in your mind. Your only task is to feel it, to trust it, to allow yourself to be present in it. Do not fight. Do not push. Simply move, gently with awareness. There is a story of a leaf that falls from a tree. It could fight the wind, clinging stubbornly to the branch, hoping to stay safe. But then, the wind will tear it away, harshly, painfully. Or it could surrender, let the wind carry it, twirling, floating, sometimes spinning, sometimes gliding, but always moving, always alive. And in this movement, the leaf sees the sky, the river, the trees, the earth, and finally rests in the soil where it is meant to nourish new life. Life, too, is like this leaf. When we try to resist or cling too tightly, we suffer. When we surrender, we discover the beauty of movement, the lessons hidden in the twists and turns, the grace in the unpredictability. A woman once came to me, her heart heavy with disappointment. She had planned everything carefully, worked tirelessly, and yet, her life seemed to scatter like sand through her fingers. She whispered, "Master, why does life betray me? I try so hard, and yet..." I took her hands, warm and soft, and said, "Child, life does not betray. Life flows. It does not follow our plans. It follows its own rhythm, its own intelligence. Your efforts are not wasted, but perhaps they were meant to guide you to a place you cannot yet see. Flow is not about getting what you want. Flow is about becoming what you are meant to become, learning what you need to learn, and finding the path that unfolds naturally, even when it surprises you." And she looked at me, tears in her eyes, and slowly, like a quiet stream eroding stone, understanding began to flow into her heart. Life is not a problem to solve, she realized. Life is an experience to feel, a river to move within, a dance to join, not with resistance but with grace. We often think we must know every step, every outcome, every detail. We worry about the future, cling to the past, and forget the present. But the present moment is the river itself. It is the flowing water beneath your feet. When you notice it, even for a breath, you see that it carries you gently, and you learn that life's flow does not need your control. It needs your attention, your awareness, your gentle presence. The more you resist, the more you suffer. The more you allow, the more you are guided, supported, and moved forward in ways you cannot predict. I remember sitting by a quiet stream one afternoon, watching water weave around stones, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. A student beside me asked, "Master, the water moves effortlessly. Why do we struggle so much?" I said, "Child, because we fight the current. We want life to obey our desires, to stay the same, to follow our rules. But life, like water, is not meant to be held or controlled. When you stop holding, when you stop forcing, you begin to move with it. And you see the beauty, the lessons, the joy hidden in every twist and turn. Even in suffering, even in sorrow, flow is present. Life does not pause for our grief, nor does it halt for our pain. But when we accept that life flows, even through heartbreak and struggle, we find the quiet strength to move, to heal, to learn, and to continue. The river of life carries everything: joy and sorrow, success and failure, laughter and tears. And in its carrying, we discover ourselves, our resilience, and our wisdom. Sometimes we feel stuck, like the water trapped behind a dam, frustrated, restless, yearning for release. But even here, life is teaching. The pressure we feel is not punishment. It is energy, waiting to be released, waiting to flow, waiting to teach us patience, courage, and surrender. When the dam opens, even slightly, the water begins to move, and we learn that our own struggles, our own resistance, are not obstacles but guides toward understanding the rhythm of life. I often see people caught in plans, goals, ambitions, and fears, thinking that control is peace. But real peace is the flow. It is the awareness that life moves, that we are part of it, and that our gentle, patient presence allows us to dance with it, not against it. Flow teaches humility, because it reminds us that we are not the masters of all, that we cannot predict, and that our true strength lies in harmony with what is, not in domination of what should be. And so, my dear one, practice moving gently. Wake with awareness. Breathe with awareness. Walk with awareness. Notice the wind, the sounds, the feelings within you, the sensations of your body, the rhythms of your mind. And in each moment, ask not to control life, but to flow with it, to notice it, to embrace it. Slowly, you will see that life, in its movement, is not something to fear. It is something to trust, to follow, and to love. Flow is also the teacher of joy. When you are moving with life, when you are present in each moment, small wonders appear. Birds singing, sunlight dancing on leaves, laughter spilling unexpectedly, the touch of a hand, the warmth of a smile. Life reveals itself gently to those who do not clutch it too tightly, who do not resist, who allow themselves to be carried, moment by moment, breath by breath. Even the smallest acts, the simplest gestures, are part of the flow. Washing dishes, walking on the path, sipping tea, listening to a friend. Each moment contains life's river. When we notice, when we are fully present, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. We realize that every movement is a part of the dance, and every breath, every heartbeat, every thought carries us forward, not against life, but within it. And so, my child, embrace the flow. Let go of clinging. Let go of resisting. Feel the current of life beneath you. Notice it, breathe with it, move with it. You will stumble. Sometimes you will fall. Sometimes you will be swept unexpectedly. But always, the river flows, and it carries you. Slowly, steadily, gently. It teaches you what it means to be alive, to be present, to be human. Flow is life's kindness, life's guidance, life's quiet, persistent wisdom. And when you open your heart to it, when you surrender to it, when you move with it instead of against it, you discover the beauty, the love, and the profound simplicity of being exactly where you are, exactly as you are in the vast, gentle, infinite river of life. The gentle art of letting go. Come, sit with me a while, and let us speak about something that is perhaps the hardest and yet the most freeing thing in life. The art of letting go. Many people carry so much with them. Memories, regrets, worries, fears, expectations, attachments. They walk through life with heavy hearts, as if carrying stones in a sack they never set down. And sometimes, they wonder why their steps feel so weary, why their minds are restless, why their hearts ache even when the sun shines warmly on their faces. Letting go, my child, is not giving up. It is not weakness. It is, in fact, the quietest, strongest act of courage we can perform. It is the opening of hands and the softening of the heart, so life can flow naturally, without the resistance that bends and twists us into shapes we do not wish to be. I remember a young woman who came to me long ago, carrying sorrow like a cloak. She said, "Master, I cannot stop thinking about what happened. I cannot stop holding on to the anger, the pain, the disappointment. It is as if my mind has a lock, and I am the prisoner." I looked at her gently, and in my soft voice, I said, "Child, to hold on to the past is to carry a shadow that weighs upon your feet. The shadow itself is not the world. It is your attachment to it, your refusal to release what cannot be changed. To let go is not to forget. To let go is not to erase. To let go is to give yourself permission to breathe freely again, to step lightly, to see the beauty that has always been around you, even through sorrow." She looked at me, uncertain. "But Master, if I let go, will it mean that what happened does not matter?" I smiled softly and said, It will always matter, like a leaf falling on the water, leaving its mark, its memory. But the river does not cling to the leaf. The river flows around it. So too, you can remember, you can honor, and yet you can let the weight of it lift from your shoulders. Letting go is not a betrayal of your own experience. It is an act of love toward yourself, a gentle bow to the life that is still waiting to embrace you. There is a story of a monk who lived long ago. He had a precious vase, beautiful and fragile, filled with the sweetest water from a mountain spring. One day, the vase fell and shattered. The monk felt grief, yes, but he did not curse the vase, nor did he curse the floor. He simply gathered the pieces, cleaned his hands, and continued his path. Why? Because he understood that attachment to form, to outcome, to permanence is the root of suffering. The water flows, the vase may break, but life continues. And in this continuity, we find freedom. In letting go, we find peace. We often confuse letting go with passivity, thinking we must cling, resist, or control in order to be safe. But true safety, true serenity, is in release. When we stop holding too tightly, when we stop forcing the world to fit our expectations, we allow life to move with a gentle, intelligent rhythm. We discover that even in uncertainty, in loss, in the shifting of circumstances, there is a steady current beneath everything, carrying us, supporting us, guiding us in ways we cannot always perceive with the mind, but which the heart always knows. I have watched people cling to relationships, jobs, possessions, identities, and even to their own suffering, thinking that in holding on, they are surviving. But I tell them, gently, as I tell you now, that holding on too tightly is like grasping water in your hands. The harder you squeeze, the more slips away, until only your own frustration remains. To let go is to open your hands, to let the water fall freely, to feel the coolness of life running through your fingers, to know that the water is not lost. It is still present, moving, changing, nourishing, as is life itself. One day, a young man came to me, tears rolling silently down his face. He had lost someone he loved deeply, and he could not imagine life without that person. He said, "Master, I cannot let go. If I let go, it will feel like I am leaving them behind." I took his hands and said softly, "Child, you are not leaving them behind. Their love, their memory, their impact remains with you. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It means you are giving yourself the chance to live fully, even as you carry their essence within you. You cannot hold them in your arms forever, but you can hold them in your heart, gently, without the weight of suffering pressing down upon it." Letting go is also about forgiving ourselves and others. Many people carry regrets, guilt, and resentment as though they were treasures, polishing them daily, thinking they are protecting themselves. But these burdens are chains, not ornaments. Forgiveness is the key that loosens them. And forgiveness is not about the other person. It is about our own release, about freeing the heart from prisons built of anger, fear, and sorrow. When we forgive, even silently, even in the quiet of our own mind, we open space for joy, for peace, for life to move unimpeded through our being. We often think that holding on gives us security, but security in attachment is an illusion. Life is impermanent. Everything shifts. Seasons change. People come and go. Circumstances rise and fall. And yet, there is something constant, subtle, tender, beneath all change. The flow of awareness, the quiet presence of the heart, the soft rhythm of the breath. Letting go allows us to touch this constancy. It allows us to be present fully, deeply, completely, even as the world dances, even as it shifts, even as it surprises and challenges us. I remember walking with a student along a forest path, leaves crunching softly beneath our feet. He asked, "Master, how can I let go of fear?" I looked around at the trees, the wind, the sunlight filtering through branches, and I said, "See the trees, child? They sway with the wind, and yet their roots are deep." Letting go of fear does not mean being careless. It means rooting yourself in presence, in awareness, in trust, and allowing the winds of uncertainty to pass through without breaking you. The branches may bend, the leaves may fall, but the tree continues. So too can you. Even in daily life, the act of letting go is gentle, profound, and often invisible. Releasing a harsh word, stepping back from an argument, choosing not to cling to expectations, breathing through discomfort, pausing before reacting. All these small acts are letting go. They are the practice of lightening the load, of softening the heart, of allowing life to move gracefully through you instead of against you. And do not fear that letting go means emptiness. On the contrary, it fills you. The moment you release what weighs you down, there is space for love, for peace, for beauty. There is space to notice the sun, to hear laughter, to feel the warmth of a hand, to taste joy even in ordinary moments. Letting go is the doorway to presence, the soft opening through which life enters fully, tenderly, endlessly. My child, carry this with you. Letting go is not a single act, but a lifelong practice. It is a breath, a step, a glance, a choice, repeated endlessly. And each time you practice, even a little, you discover that life is not something to control, to fix, to grasp. Life is something to move with, to feel with, to dance with, and ultimately, to love with an open heart. The art of letting go is the art of living gently, fully, wisely, freely. And so, let your hands open. Let your heart soften. Let your mind rest. Feel the flow of life around you, within you, and beyond you. Notice how the river moves, how the wind whispers, how the sun warms, and how your own breath rises and falls. In this gentle surrender, in this quiet acceptance, you find freedom. You find yourself. You find life in all its tender, beautiful, flowing wonder. The quiet strength of patience. Sit with me, my child, and let us speak of patience. You see, in this hurried world, people often misunderstand patience. They think it is simply waiting, as if it is a passive act, something to endure. But patience, the kind that touches the heart and softens the mind, is much more than mere waiting. It is a gentle strength, a quiet river that flows beneath the noise of life, steady, unshaken, unseen by many, but powerful in its persistence. To be patient is to know that all things unfold in their own time, and to trust that life is moving even when we cannot see it. I remember a student who came to me one morning, frustrated, holding his hands in tight fists. "Master," he said, "I have been practicing, yet I feel I have not moved forward at all. It is as if my efforts are wasted, and I am getting nowhere." I looked at him with soft eyes, and I asked, "Do you see the tree outside, how it does not rush its growth, how it does not demand to bloom before it is ready?" He looked puzzled, and I continued, "You cannot force the unfolding of your own understanding any more than the tree can hurry its leaves. Patience is not in the stopping of effort, but in the trust of the process. It is in working diligently, while knowing that the results are beyond immediate grasp. It is the quiet surrender to time, and in this surrender, a great strength is born." He sighed, still unconvinced, and I smiled gently. Think of a seed buried in the soil. It does not sprout instantly. There is darkness, there is pressure from the earth, there is water and sun and wind, all at work, even though the seed cannot see it. And when the time is perfect, the seed pushes forth, not hurried, not anxious, but in harmony with life itself. So it is with you, with all who seek wisdom. Your patience is the soil, your practice the nurturing, and your growth will appear when it is ready, quietly, naturally. Patience is often misunderstood because it asks us to embrace discomfort without trying to escape it. Life often presents challenges, delays, and obstacles, and the mind cries out for quick solutions, for control, for immediacy. But in these moments, patience is a gentle companion, a voice that whispers, "All will unfold, all will be understood, all will pass." And when we allow patience to reside in our hearts, even the hardest trials become bearable. Even the longest waits are not empty, because we walk them with awareness, we breathe them fully, and we learn from every step. I recall a woman who came to me many seasons ago, carrying grief that seemed too heavy for her to bear. She had lost someone she loved, and every day felt like a lifetime of sorrow. She asked, "Master, how do I endure this pain? How do I remain patient when my heart feels broken?" I took her hands gently and said, "Do not think that patience is the absence of pain. It is the presence of understanding. The heart can ache and still breathe. The mind can falter and still remain aware. Patience allows the heart to open slowly, to fold and unfold, to touch grief without being consumed by it. It is not a shield, it is a bridge to compassion, to understanding, to acceptance. Patience also asks humility of us. It reminds us that we are not the center of the universe, that life has its own rhythm, that other beings have their paths and their timing. It teaches us to slow down, to listen, to observe, to respond rather than react. In the marketplace, in the home, in the quiet of meditation, patience asks us to hold space for others, for ourselves, for the unfolding of every moment. And in holding this space, we discover a profound freedom. Freedom not from life's challenges, but freedom within them. There is a story of a farmer who planted his crops and waited, season after season, through sun and rain, through droughts and storms. He could not force the harvest. He could only tend the soil, water the plants, and trust the seasons. And when the harvest came, it was rich and full, not because he hurried, but because he allowed life to work in its own time. So too with our lives. Our efforts are seeds, our patience is the soil, and the unfolding is the harvest that comes naturally, inevitably, in its own rhythm. Sometimes, patience requires courage, because the world urges us to demand, to grasp, to force. Yet the heart that rests in patience discovers that waiting is not emptiness, but fullness. It is a space where the mind becomes calm, where understanding deepens, where wisdom grows quietly, like the roots of a tree, unseen but strong. And in this quiet strength, we find a peace that no rushing, no forcing, no grasping can ever provide. Patience is also a practice of kindness, to ourselves and to others. When we are patient with ourselves, we do not condemn our mistakes. We do not berate our slow progress. We do not clutch at perfection that is impossible. We acknowledge our efforts, honor our journey, and allow our growth to unfold gently. And when we are patient with others, we allow them to be as they are, to move at their pace, to learn and stumble and rise again without our interference. In patience, there is love, and in love, there is understanding. In the quiet moments of daily life, patience is found not in grand gestures, but in small acts. A deep breath before speaking, a pause before judging, a gentle smile in the face of frustration. It is in noticing the rising sun, the drifting clouds, the rhythm of the breath. It is in allowing the moment to be exactly as it is, without rushing it, without resisting it. Each of these small acts is a thread, and together, they weave a tapestry of calm, strength, and clarity. And remember, my child, patience is not the absence of desire or action. It is the harmony of effort and acceptance. It is moving through life with intention, yet without grasping. It is working, loving, learning, and being, while trusting that all will be revealed in its perfect time. In this harmony, life becomes a dance, not a struggle, a song, not a demand, a river, not a desert. So, as you walk through your days, carry patience in your heart like a lantern in the dark. Let it illuminate your steps, soften your words, and steady your mind. Know that life's unfolding cannot be hurried, yet it is always moving, always teaching, always nourishing. And in your patient presence, you will find strength, you will find wisdom, and you will find joy, quietly, fully, endlessly. Embracing the flow of life. Sit with me a while, and let us talk about life, not as a concept, not as a lesson in a book, but as the living, breathing river that carries us forward every day. You see, most people resist the flow, as if life were a river to be stopped or controlled. They fight against its current, thinking if they struggle hard enough, they can change its path, bend it to their will. And yet, my child, the river is wiser than any of us. To embrace life is not to resist it. It is not to grasp, nor to push. It is to move with it, to feel its rhythm, to understand that every twist and turn, every calm and storm, is part of the dance. I remember a young man, restless and impatient, who came to me with a heart full of questions and a mind tangled in worry. "Master," he said, "I feel life is slipping through my fingers. I try to plan, I try to control, but nothing stays the way I want. How can I find peace in such uncertainty?" I looked at him, and with a soft smile I said, "Do you see the clouds above? They do not cling to one shape. They drift, they change, and yet the sky holds them, and the sun and the wind guide them. Life is like that, my child. You cannot hold it in your hands, but you can be present with it, moving gently, letting it pass, letting it teach you." He frowned, unsure, and I continued, "Flow is not inaction. Flow is awareness. Flow is participation with grace. Imagine a leaf on the river. The leaf does not resist. It does not demand the current to stop. It floats, it turns, it dips, it rises, yet it moves forward, experiencing every ripple, every swirl, every eddy. That leaf is alive in the moment, fully present, fully surrendered. So too, can you be alive in your life? You may not choose every circumstance, but you can choose your awareness, your openness, your heart's response. Embracing the flow requires trust, a trust so deep it is almost invisible. It is not blind faith, but a knowing that life is always working, even when it seems still or chaotic. There is a story of a river that flows through a mountain valley. In winter, it freezes still and hard, and travelers think it has stopped, that nothing is moving. But in spring, the thaw begins, and the river rushes with renewed energy, carrying water, seeds, and life downstream. So it is with us. Seasons of stillness, of struggle, of waiting, all contribute to the fullness of life. Even in moments that feel empty, the river is moving beneath the surface, unseen yet present. I have seen many who cling tightly to plans, to desires, to outcomes, and yet life slips past them, leaving them anxious, bitter, and tired. But those who learn to flow with life find that even challenges become teachers, obstacles become opportunities, and losses become openings for something new. There is a subtle joy in surrender, not in giving up, but in giving over, trusting that life's wisdom surpasses our own. And in that surrender, we are liberated. Consider the wind. We cannot see it, we cannot hold it, we cannot predict each gust. And yet it moves, shaping trees, carrying scents, touching faces, influencing the world in countless ways. Life, my child, is like the wind. You cannot control it, but you can feel it, respond to it, dance with it. When you resist, you strain, you break. When you move with it, you are light, you are free, you are part of something greater than yourself. There was once a woman who feared change. Every shift in her life, she resisted. A friend passed, a job ended, a season shifted, and she clung to what she thought was safe. She became tired, her spirit heavy. One day, she came to sit beside me, her hands folded, eyes downcast, and she asked, "Master, how can I stop fearing the unknown?" I told her, the unknown is life's gift. It is the space where possibility lives, where growth begins, where beauty emerges. To fear it is to resist the river, but to embrace it is to open your heart to wonder. Step into it gently, breathe with it, listen to it. In each uncertainty, there is a seed of life waiting to sprout. You cannot see it yet, but trust that it is there. She stayed silent for a long time, feeling the words, feeling the river of her own life. And slowly, she began to understand. Embracing the flow is not a single act. It is a daily, moment-by-moment practice. When anger rises, do not fight it. When fear whispers, do not silence it harshly. Observe, breathe, acknowledge, and move with it. When joy comes, let it fill you without clinging. When sorrow arrives, let it pass through you without resisting. In this way, life becomes a dialogue, a continuous conversation between your heart and the world. Each moment a word, each breath a sentence, each day a chapter in a story that is greater than yourself. There is a subtle power in flow. It is not forceful, not loud, not obvious. It works quietly, shaping hearts, calming minds, deepening understanding. Like water wearing down stone over centuries, gentle presence and steady movement shape character, patience, and wisdom. The one who flows with life is not swept away. Rather, they are strengthened, softened, and aligned with the natural rhythm of existence. Sometimes the river carries obstacles, rocks, fallen branches, sudden rapids. Life, too, presents its challenges. Yet the one who has learned to flow does not curse the rocks. They navigate around them, over them, through them, with grace and attentiveness. Each obstacle is not a block, but a teacher. Each difficulty is an opportunity to learn to bend, to yield, to persist, to find harmony in movement. Resistance brings tension, acceptance brings strength. And remember, my child, flow does not mean indifference. It does not mean passivity. It does not mean losing yourself in the current. Rather, it is awareness, presence, and discernment. It is knowing when to act, when to wait, when to let go, and when to hold gently. Like a skilled rower on a river, you feel the current, you move with it. You direct your energy where needed, and yet you never fight what is already moving. In your daily life, you can practice flow in simple ways. Listen fully to those who speak to you, without interrupting or judging. Move through tasks with mindfulness, not rushing or forcing. Observe nature, watch the clouds, the wind, the water, and learn from their effortless movement. Breathe, notice, allow. Flow is not a distant goal. It is here, now, in the simple act of being awake, of being present, of being gentle with yourself and others. Embracing the flow of life is a lifelong practice. There will be days when you forget, when fear and control rise, when impatience whispers, when the current feels too strong. In those moments, return to the breath, return to awareness, return to the small acts of gentleness. Each moment is a chance to step back into the river, to allow yourself to float, to bend, to move with life rather than against it. So, my child, carry this understanding with you. Life is a river, a wind, a song. It cannot be controlled, yet it can be felt. It cannot be rushed, yet it carries you forward. Surrender to it, walk with it, breathe with it, and you will find freedom, strength, and a deep, abiding peace that cannot be shaken. Let the flow carry you, and in its current, discover yourself fully, quietly, endlessly. The gentle art of letting go. Come, sit with me a while, and let us speak quietly about letting go, not as a one-time act, not as something grand or dramatic, but as the gentle unfolding of life that happens when we stop holding too tightly. So many people carry burdens in their hearts, and they think that holding on will protect them, that grasping will give them security. But, my child, the very act of clinging is what weighs the heart down. It is what binds the spirit. It is what prevents joy from entering. Letting go is not giving up. It is learning the art of freedom, the art of trust, the art of opening our hands so that what belongs to life may move naturally, without force or fear. I remember a young woman who came to me one evening, her shoulders heavy, her eyes shadowed with worry. "Master," she said. I cannot let go. I try to release things, people, memories, fears, but they keep returning. How can I find peace? I looked at her and smiled gently, for I had walked this path many times myself, and I knew that letting go is a practice, not a destination. Do you see the tree outside? I asked. Notice how it does not cling to each leaf. In autumn, it releases them, one by one, and yet it does not lose itself. In winter, it rests. In spring, new leaves appear. The tree does not resist. It lets go, and in doing so, it is alive, it is free, it is whole. You too can learn to be like the tree, to release without fear, to flow without losing yourself. She listened, but the tension in her brow remained, so I continued. Letting go begins with awareness. Awareness of what you are holding. Awareness of why you are holding it. Often, we clutch memories, expectations, and desires because we fear emptiness. We fear that if we release them, something precious will vanish, that we will be left with nothing. But, my child, emptiness is not nothing. It is space, it is openness, it is the soil in which new life can grow. When you let go, you create space for what is meant to come, for what is ready to arrive, for what has been waiting quietly for you to release the old grip. There is a subtle and quiet wisdom in letting go, a wisdom that is felt rather than explained. It is like the soft wind that moves through the bamboo grove. The bamboo bends with the breeze. It does not resist. When storms come, the trees that resist snap and break, but those that bend endure. So it is with us. When we cling to pain, to regret, to anger, to attachment, we break under the weight. When we learn to bend, to let go gently, to release slowly, we endure, we grow, we find strength in softness. I once knew a man who carried guilt for years, thinking that if he held it tightly, he could somehow atone, somehow balance the scales. Every day, it was a stone in his chest, heavy and immovable. When he came to speak with me, I asked him, "Do you think holding it longer will change the past?" He shook his head, but his eyes were full of doubt. I said, "Then why hold it? The past is a river that has already flowed. You cannot return to it. You cannot change its course. You can only walk forward, carrying its lessons, not its weight. To let go is not to forget. It is not to deny. It is to live fully with the knowledge, to release the chains that bind your heart, to breathe freely once more." Slowly, he began to understand. Slowly, he let go, not in a single breath, but in many small moments of choice, of awareness, of surrender. Letting go is a gentle art because it requires patience. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be forced. It is cultivated in quiet moments. In the exhale of breath, in the soft pause between thoughts, in the awareness of the heart's tension, in the tender acknowledgement of fear. Each time you notice your grip, each time you feel yourself holding on too tightly, pause. Breathe. Open your hands, even slightly, and feel the relief, however small. Over time, those small releases accumulate. Slowly, the heart becomes lighter. Slowly, the spirit remembers its freedom. Slowly, life flows more easily, more naturally, more joyfully. Sometimes letting go is about people. We cling to relationships that have changed, to expectations that cannot be met, to attachments that cause pain. To let go is not to hate, not to abandon, not to forget. It is to honor the impermanence of all things, to acknowledge that life moves, that people change, that love transforms. You may still care deeply, you may still remember fondly, but you no longer carry the weight as a burden. You allow the connection to exist in a different form, lighter, freer, more peaceful. Other times, Letting go is about self, about ego, about the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, what we deserve, what we should have done, what we are lacking. We cling to identity, to pride, to shame, to regret. Letting go is the gentle act of stepping back, observing the self without judgment, acknowledging it, and then releasing the tight grip. It is saying, softly, I am not my past, I am not my mistakes, I am not my fears. I am here. I am now. I am enough. In those moments, the heart opens. In those moments, freedom begins. I often remind those who struggle. Letting go does not erase the lessons, the love, or the memories. It does not mean you lose meaning. Rather, it deepens your understanding. It sharpens your clarity. It enlarges your capacity to receive life as it comes. Imagine a hand that is tightly clenched. No flower, no water, no warmth can enter. Slowly, gently opening the hand allows the gifts to flow in. So too, when you release, when you let go, you invite life in fully, without resistance, without fear, without the weight of yesterday. And sometimes, letting go is about simply surrendering the illusion of control. We believe that holding on will protect us, that planning, predicting, manipulating will secure us. But life is vast, mysterious, ever-changing. To let go is to acknowledge that we do not control the river, the wind, the seasons, the people, the unfolding of events. And in that acknowledgement, there is peace, there is lightness, there is a quiet joy that cannot be grasped but only felt. There is a practice in every day. Notice when you are gripping too tightly. Notice when fear whispers. Notice when the heart stiffens. Breathe. Allow. Release. Ever so gently. You may stumble. You may grasp again. But each time you practice, each time you choose to let go, the heart grows lighter, the spirit freer, the mind calmer. And over time, without hurry, without force, you will discover the profound beauty of living without unnecessary burden, of walking lightly, of embracing life as it is. My child, letting go is not a single act. It is a lifetime of gentle choices, of awareness, of tenderness with oneself and with the world. It is learning to float, to bend, to breathe with the rhythms of existence, to honor impermanence without fear, to allow the heart to expand rather than contract. In letting go, you find presence. In letting go, you find freedom. In letting go, you find life in all its mystery, in all its depth, in all its quiet, unassuming beauty. The wisdom of stillness. Sit with me, my dear, and let us speak softly about stillness. Not the kind that comes from stopping all movement, but the stillness that grows quietly inside, like a pond in the early morning, calm and reflective, untouched by wind or disturbance. Many people search outside for peace, rushing from one place to another, filling their days with noise, distraction, obligations, thinking that busyness will somehow shield them from discomfort. But true peace, the kind that warms the heart and steadies the spirit, is born in stillness. It is cultivated within, patiently, gently, without force. I remember a student who came to me once, restless, always moving, always talking, always seeking. She said, "Master, I cannot find peace. I try meditation, I try reading, I try walking in nature, but my mind never stops, my heart never rests. What should I do?" I looked at her with a soft gaze and said, "Have you ever watched the river in winter?" She shook her head. "In winter," I explained, "the river flows slowly. Sometimes it freezes at the edges, and in those frozen spaces, the water is silent, reflecting the sky, the trees, and the passing clouds. The river does not struggle. It does not force itself to move faster. It simply is. The stillness is not emptiness. It is a presence, a fullness, a gentle awareness of what is. In this stillness, the river knows itself and the world around it. You too must learn to flow into your inner winter, to find the places where stillness rests and simply be there. Stillness is not something we achieve by pushing ourselves, nor by trying harder. It is the gentle recognition of the moments when we can release, when we can stop, when we can let the mind rest without judgment. Imagine sitting under a great tree on a warm day. You do not have to think about the wind, the leaves, or the birds. You only feel them. The sun touches your skin, the earth supports your body, and the breeze brushes your face. This simple awareness, this quiet presence, is stillness. It is not created. It is allowed. I once knew an old man who spent his life chasing accomplishments, accolades, and recognition. In his youth, he believed that movement and achievement defined value, that stillness was wasted time. Yet as he aged, his body tired, his mind slowed, and he began to notice the small, quiet moments. The smell of rain on the soil, the hum of bees in the garden, the warmth of sunlight on a stone wall. In those moments, he discovered that the life he sought externally could only be found internally, in the gentle refuge of stillness. It did not erase his past, nor did it demand he abandon his desires. It simply showed him that peace is not in doing more, but in being fully present with what is. Stillness teaches us patience. We live in a world that moves too quickly, that demands speed and efficiency, that equates stillness with laziness. Yet the wisdom of stillness is profound. It shows us the rhythm of life, the ebb and flow of thoughts, the rise and fall of emotions, the gentle unfolding of circumstances. When we practice stillness, we see the patterns without getting swept away. We observe without clinging. We allow events to come and go, knowing that our awareness is steady, that our presence is enduring, that our heart can remain calm even when the world moves chaotically around us. The practice of stillness is not only for the mind, but for the heart as well. When our hearts are restless, when desires, worries, and fears swirl within us, we are like a pond disturbed by heavy rain. The surface is choppy, unclear, reflecting nothing but confusion. When we sit in stillness, even for a few breaths, the disturbances settle. The water clears. The heart can reflect life as it is, without distortion, without agitation. We see our feelings, our attachments, and our experiences with gentle clarity. Stillness allows understanding to arise naturally, not forced, not hurried, not bound by expectation. I remember guiding a young monk who was troubled by anger and impatience. He wanted to change immediately, to be calm instantly, to rid himself of frustration in a single breath. I told him, stillness is not a race. It is not a place you arrive at quickly. It is a garden that grows slowly day by day. You water it gently. You remove the weeds patiently. You notice the small buds, the first green shoots. Some days, the wind may disturb it, and rain may flatten it. But if you tend it with care, it will flourish. Your heart, your mind, your spirit are like that garden. Practice stillness, even in small ways, and the garden will grow. Stillness is also the gateway to listening deeply, not just to others, but to ourselves and to life itself. When the mind is quiet, we hear the subtle messages of intuition, the soft nudges of insight, the quiet whispers of the heart. We notice what we had overlooked, the beauty that was always there but hidden behind the noise. The songs of birds, the rustle of leaves, the cadence of our own breath. These are the teachers of stillness. They speak without words, and yet their wisdom is profound. There is no single method to cultivate stillness. It may be sitting quietly in a room, feeling the rise and fall of your breath. It may be walking slowly through a forest, noticing each step and the contact of foot with earth. It may be doing simple chores with full attention, washing dishes, sweeping the floor, tending a garden, allowing each action to be complete in itself. The essence is presence, awareness, gentle observation, and a soft release of the need to control or hurry. Each moment of mindful attention, each breath taken with awareness, is a step deeper into stillness. I tell those who struggle with restlessness that stillness is not isolation. It is connection. When we are still, we connect with the present, with the essence of life that is constant beneath change, with the wisdom that moves quietly through everything. We see that nothing is separate, that all things are interwoven, and in that seeing, the heart softens, the mind opens, and the spirit rests. Stillness is not escape. It is engagement in its purest form, participation in life without grasping, without clinging, without resistance. Sometimes, stillness comes naturally, like the calm after a storm, like the quiet before dawn, like the gentle pause between heartbeats. Sometimes it must be invited, nurtured, practiced, and returned to repeatedly. We may fail, we may forget, we may rush again, but each return to stillness is a step. Each breath, each observation, each gentle moment of attention builds the strength and depth of inner calm. Over time, it transforms us. We are less reactive, more compassionate, more patient. We listen better, see more clearly, and move through life with a quiet confidence that does not shout but simply is. Remember, my dear, stillness is not the absence of life, but the presence of understanding. It is not emptiness, but fullness. It is not weakness, but gentle strength. In stillness, we discover the rhythm of our own hearts, the clarity of our own minds, and the warmth of our own spirits. It is a refuge, a teacher, a guide, and a friend. It is the space where life can breathe, where joy can arise, where wisdom can settle quietly like dew on the morning grass. And so, in each moment, when you feel restless, when your mind races, when your heart feels heavy, pause. Breathe. Notice. Let yourself settle into the soft, gentle presence of stillness. You do not need to change everything at once. You do not need to force the calm. Simply allow yourself to be here, now, fully, tenderly. With each breath, each soft observation, each return to presence, stillness grows, quietly, deeply, beautifully. And in that stillness, you find the essence of life itself, simple, warm, enduring, and true. Embracing impermanence. Sit with me for a while, my dear, and let us talk quietly about impermanence. You know, most people fear change, they resist it. They try to hold on to moments, people, feelings, and even thoughts as if by clutching them tightly, they could stop life from moving. But life is not a river you can dam forever. It flows, it shifts, it rises and falls, it comes and goes. The truth is, everything is impermanent. And the moment we understand this, the more we can live fully without clinging, without the unnecessary suffering that comes from trying to make what is fleeting last forever. I remember a young student who once came to me, eyes wide with worry. "Master," he said, "my life feels like it is slipping away. I try to hold on to happiness. I try to hold on to friendships, even my own youth, but everything changes so fast. How do I live if I cannot stop the world from moving?" I smiled gently, and I told him, "Do you see the clouds in the sky?" He nodded, unsure what I meant. They are never the same for even a single moment. They shift, they gather, they scatter. Sometimes they are dark, sometimes they are light, sometimes they drift lazily, sometimes they rush across the sky. You cannot grasp a cloud and keep it. You cannot hold it in your hand. Yet, while it moves, it is beautiful. So it is with life. Impermanence does not diminish beauty. It allows it. It makes every moment precious because it is unique and fleeting. He looked at me, still unsure, and I continued softly. You see, suffering arises when we try to freeze what cannot be frozen. We want people, moments, and things to remain as we wish, to stay exactly as they are, to give us comfort endlessly. But life's nature is change. Everything breathes, shifts, and passes. And when we resist, we suffer. When we embrace impermanence, we begin to see that each moment has value precisely because it will not last. The flower blooms, the blossom falls, the sun rises, the sun sets. Nothing is permanent, and yet each moment carries its own completeness. There was a woman I once met, a traveler in spirit, who feared losing those she loved. She clung to memories. She captured every instant with her mind and heart, afraid that one day they might vanish. I took her to the riverbank and asked her to look at the water. "Do you see how it flows?" I asked. She nodded. "Do you think the water is less beautiful because it moves? Or because it changes, it has rhythm, it sings its own song?" She looked carefully and said, "It is beautiful." I smiled. "Yes, child, just so is life. It flows, and beauty, joy, sorrow, and love all flow with it. The secret is not to grasp, but to let the river teach you. Walk with it, not against it, and you will find peace. Impermanence is not to be feared, my dear. It is a teacher that asks us to appreciate, to notice, to fully inhabit each instant. When we understand impermanence, we notice the subtle magic in ordinary things. The first light of dawn, the laughter shared with a friend, the aroma of freshly turned earth, the softness of a warm cloth, the quiet presence of a loved one. These moments do not last forever, and yet that fleeting nature makes them all the more meaningful. It is like tasting a fruit that is ripe for only a short time. The sweetness is precious because it is temporary. I have seen students who resist impermanence, who cling desperately to routine, to possessions, to outcomes, and their hearts are heavy, burdened with anxiety, fear, and sadness. I have also seen students who understand and accept impermanence gently, and their hearts are light. They move through life with curiosity, with joy, with laughter, with a profound tenderness toward themselves and the world. They still experience loss, they still feel grief, but they do not cling so tightly, and therefore the weight of suffering is lighter. Their love is deeper, not because it holds, but because it allows. Think of the seasons, my dear. Spring does not cling to winter. Summer does not cling to spring. Each has its time, its beauty, its gifts. And when one passes, another arrives. The trees do not mourn the leaves that fall. They let them go, and in their absence, new leaves will emerge. So too, should we let go of what passes, not with indifference, but with love and gratitude for the presence it brought, and openness to what will come. Impermanence is a rhythm, a dance of life that invites us to move lightly, to breathe fully, and to savor the richness of each step. I once guided a monk who was devastated when his teacher left the monastery. He refused to accept that the teacher would go, that his presence would change, that the guidance he had relied on would shift. His heart was heavy, his sleep restless, and his mind full of sorrow. I told him, "Do you think the river stops flowing because a stone is removed? No, child. The water adjusts, it moves, it continues. So it is with life. The teacher's presence is a gift, but it is not a chain. Let the water flow. Let your heart learn to adjust. Change is natural, inevitable, and the grace is in how we meet it." Over time, he learned. He found that impermanence, when accepted, brought not loss, but freedom, a kind of serenity that could not exist when clinging to what was. Impermanence also teaches gratitude. When we see clearly that nothing lasts forever, we notice the colors more vividly, the laughter more deeply, the warmth more tenderly. Gratitude grows not from abundance alone, but from awareness that all things are precious and passing. To live with the knowledge of impermanence is to live with eyes open, fully awake, fully engaged, fully alive. Each moment is a gift, fragile and beautiful, and when we honor it, we honor life itself. Remember, my dear, impermanence does not diminish love, it amplifies it. When we know that our time with others is limited, we cherish every word, every gesture, every shared glance. When we know that moments fade, we savor them, fully and without reservation. When we know that our own lives are fleeting, we treat ourselves with kindness, compassion, and gentle attention. To resist impermanence is to resist life. To embrace it is to discover its depth, its joy, its wisdom. Even sorrow, even loss, even the sharp pangs of change are part of this teaching. They remind us that life is precious, that our hearts are alive, that each breath is a gift. When a friend departs, when a season ends, when a chapter closes, we do not close our eyes in despair. We breathe, we feel, we remember, and we continue. The river of life flows, carrying us, teaching us, offering new moments to touch, to feel, to experience. Each ending is a beginning, each passing a passage, each impermanence a doorway into deeper understanding. And so, my dear, walk lightly through your days. Notice the small, fleeting joys. Smile at the warmth of sunlight, the laughter of children, the scent of blossoms, the gentle hum of life around you. Let go of the need to hold, to freeze, to keep forever. Let the world teach you its rhythm. Let your heart dance with the flow. Let your spirit rest in the grace of what is passing, and you will find a profound peace, a gentle freedom, and a love that does not cling but grows quietly and steadily, like the river that never stops moving, always carrying life with it, always reflecting the sky and the world in its gentle, flowing embrace. The gentle art of letting go. Come closer, my dear, and let us speak softly about something many of us carry, often unknowingly, like a heavy bundle on our backs, something that makes the heart ache quietly: attachment. You see, attachment is subtle. It does not announce itself loudly. It creeps in when we love too tightly, when we cling to outcomes, when we resist the flow of life. And yet, attachment is not something to be scolded for. It is part of our human journey. We are beings who feel, who long, who hope, who fear. It is natural to hold on to what we care for, to want things to stay, to want moments, people, and experiences to remain exactly as we wish. But my dear, holding too tightly does not protect. It binds and twists, it makes joy heavy, and it turns love into a kind of suffering. I remember a student who came to me one afternoon, eyes clouded with worry, hands trembling as he tried to explain. "Master," he said, "I cannot let go. I try. I really do. But the more I think I must release, the more I clutch." I nodded slowly, understanding the struggle, for it is one I have witnessed countless times. "You know," I told him gently, "letting go is not about giving up. It is not about losing. It is about trusting the river of life to carry what it must, and learning to walk with the current rather than against it." He frowned, confused. "But how do I trust, Master? How do I let go without feeling empty?" I smiled, and in the quiet of the garden, we watched the wind stir the branches of the old trees, leaves trembling and falling. "See the leaves, child? Do they resist the wind? Do they cry out as they fall? No, they let go, and in that letting, they are free. So too, you must practice the gentle art of release. Letting go, you see, is not a single act. It is not a one-time declaration. It is a practice, like tending a garden. Each day, we pull a little of the weeds of attachment. We loosen the grip on desires. We water the seeds of acceptance. It is patient, slow, gentle. Sometimes we stumble. Sometimes our fingers clutch again. And that is okay, for the heart learns gradually, like the bamboo bending with the wind, slowly strengthening without breaking. There was a woman who lived in a village by the mountains. She loved her home deeply, her garden, her familiar paths, and the faces of those who had walked alongside her for years. But change came, as it always does. Roads were built, people moved away, the seasons shifted differently. She clung, resisting, refusing to leave even as circumstances demanded it. And in her clinging, her heart became a prison. I invited her to walk with me along a river. Do you see how the water moves around stones, how it curves, how it does not fight? I asked. She watched, her eyes softening. It bends, it flows, it continues, she murmured. Yes, I said. And so must we. Life flows, and in the flow, there is grace. To cling is to resist grace. To let go is to open your hands, your heart, and your life to the present, to what comes, and to what passes. Attachment often comes disguised as love, desire, hope, or responsibility. We think that if we hold tightly, we are protecting, preserving, or caring. But in truth, attachment is a weight, and it can prevent the beauty of what is from fully entering our hearts. True care, true love, does not clutch. It observes, it nurtures, it supports without needing to control. Imagine holding a flower. If your grip is too tight, the petals bruise, the stem bends, and the beauty fades. But if you hold it gently, with reverence, it can be admired fully, its essence experienced without harm. I remember a young monk who could not release the fear of losing his family. Each day, he worried endlessly about their well-being, about being apart, about what he could not control. His heart was full of anxiety. I took him to the forest and asked him to look at the tall, ancient trees. Do they worry that the wind will shake them? I asked. He shook his head. They bend, they sway, and yet they remain. They let go of the branches that fall, the leaves that drift, and they continue to grow. You too must learn to bend, to sway, to let go. Fear will lessen when you practice release, not as surrender, but as trust in the unfolding of life. Letting go is also about forgiving, my dear. Often, we clutch onto hurts, grudges, memories of pain. We tell ourselves that holding on protects us, that remembering shields us from future harm. But the mind and the heart are not meant to be prisons. Holding on to old wounds makes them heavy, distorts the present, and poisons joy. Forgiveness is the soft whisper of letting go. It does not mean forgetting. It does not mean condoning. It means allowing the burden to lighten, allowing the heart to open, allowing peace to enter spaces where anger once resided. I have watched people release what they believed defined them. Roles, possessions, relationships, expectations. And when they did, there was a quiet amazement. Life did not fall apart. Their hearts, once heavy, expanded. They noticed the subtle sounds of wind in the trees, the laughter of a child, the warmth of sunlight on skin, the comfort of breath itself. Letting go does not remove life. It makes room for life to be fuller, softer, richer, and unexpected. Even the self is something to be gently released. We clutch tightly to our identities, our achievements, our failures, our stories about who we are. And while knowing oneself is important, over-identification with self becomes a cage. The more we let go of rigid self-concepts, the freer we are to engage with the world, to connect with others, to experience the present without the constant shadow of fear or desire. The self, like clouds passing in the sky, is ever shifting, and trying to hold it fixed only causes suffering. Sometimes letting go requires tears, my dear. Sometimes it requires quiet surrender. Sometimes it requires courage we did not know we possessed. But each act of gentle release, each breath of openness, teaches us the rhythm of life, the ebb and flow, the dance between holding and releasing. Each moment we practice, we learn to unclench our hands and our hearts. We learn to trust the river. We learn to feel light again. Attachment may whisper in the night. It may tug at your sleeves. It may make your heart ache, but do not fight it with force. Meet it with awareness, with kindness, with the soft smile of understanding. Practice observing, practice breathing, practice saying to yourself, I release, I let flow, I allow life to move. And slowly, imperceptibly, the grip loosens, the weight eases, and the heart becomes a space of gentle freedom, where love, joy, and peace can enter without the suffocating clutch of need. Remember, my dear, letting go is not emptying the heart. It is creating room for more life to enter. It is opening the hands to receive without grasping, to care without clutching, to love without chains. It is the gentle art of living fully, softly, and wisely, understanding that life, in all its beauty and sorrow, in all its fleeting joys and inevitable losses, is meant to be experienced, not possessed. So walk with me and practice this gentle art. Notice the moments you cling to, and with each breath, soften. See the beauty in the flow, the grace in release, the joy in freedom. And in this practice, you will discover a heart that is light, a mind that is calm, and a spirit that dances freely with the ever-moving river of life, embracing what comes, what passes, and what simply is. Embracing the silence within. Sit with me a moment, my dear, and let us speak quietly about something very near to the heart, yet often overlooked in the bustle of life. The silence that lives within us. You see, silence is not merely the absence of sound. It is not simply the quiet that falls when the world sleeps or when voices cease. Silence is the gentle space in which the soul breathes, the stillness that carries understanding, the calm river beneath the rushing waves of thought. Many people fear silence, for when the mind is quiet, it feels as if all the noise, all the chatter of life, all the distractions we cling to might fall away, and they might be left facing themselves. And yet, it is only in embracing this silence, allowing it to settle softly into the corners of our being, that we begin to hear the whispers of truth, to sense the pulse of life, to know the peace that has always been there. I remember a young seeker who came to me one morning, restless and burdened, his steps hurried, his eyes darting as if the world might slip away if he paused. "Master," he said, "I cannot find the quiet. My thoughts chase me, my worries clutch at me, and even when I close my eyes, I am never still." I smiled, for I had walked this path too. "Child," I said softly, "the silence is not something to be found outside. It is not in the forest, not in the mountains, not in the temples, although they help. Silence lives in you, waiting patiently for you to stop running, waiting for you to breathe deeply, waiting for you to notice it. The world will always make noise, but you do not have to be pulled along. You can learn to stand in the quiet and let the world pass, while your heart remains calm." We began walking together along a narrow path lined with bamboo, the stalks swaying gently in the wind, leaves brushing softly against one another. Each step we took, I asked him to notice the space between sounds, the bird that called, then the pause before its echo, the rustle of leaves, then the gentle hush that followed. "Do you hear it?" I asked. He nodded, a small flicker of understanding in his eyes. "That," I said, "is the music of silence. It is not empty. It is full of life, full of presence, and it is always available to you, even when the storms of thought rage. Silence is not always stillness in the obvious sense. Sometimes it is found in the eye of a storm, where chaos swirls around. Yet within, there is a center of calm. It is in the moment when we pause in conversation, when we stop the endless scrolling of our minds, when we allow a breath to deepen and the heart to settle. In these moments, subtle truths rise, gentle clarity forms, and the weight of needless worry lifts, almost imperceptibly. It is in silence that the mind unclenches, that the heart softens, and that understanding blooms quietly, without demand, without rush, without pressure. I recall an elder monk, wise beyond the counting of years, who once told me, "Do not seek wisdom in words alone, for words are like lanterns in the night. They illuminate, but they cannot hold the dark. Sit with the darkness, sit with the quiet, and the lantern will light itself from within." And indeed, in my own life, the most profound lessons have come not in loud proclamations or dramatic moments, but in the gentle spaces between, in the pauses, in the quiet reflections that rise when we finally stop running from ourselves. Many fear silence because it reveals the self, the raw, unmasked self. It may uncover feelings long hidden, memories we hope to forget, fears that linger in the corners. And yet, silence is not an enemy. It is a friend who waits with patience, a teacher who does not shout, a mirror that reflects not with judgment, but with honesty. When we face the silence within, we face ourselves tenderly. We may cry, we may tremble, we may even wish to flee. But if we remain, if we breathe, if we allow the quiet to enfold us, we discover that the self is not so frightening. It is simply another layer of life, another texture of being, to be acknowledged, to be held softly, and then slowly to be released. I remember guiding a woman who had lived much of her life in constant motion, fearing the stillness, fearing the quiet corners where thoughts might settle. We sat together by a small pond, watching the water reflect the sky, seeing how the ripples formed and faded, seeing how nothing remained fixed, yet all was beautiful. "Do you see?" I asked her gently. "How the water holds the reflection without needing to grasp it? How the ripples appear, dance, and disappear? So too is the silence within you. It is not a void. It is a mirror, a flow, a gentle presence that carries all things without clinging, without forcing, without hurry." She closed her eyes, and for the first time in years, allowed herself to simply be. And the tension in her shoulders softened, the tightness in her chest eased, and a smile formed quietly, naturally, without effort. Silence is also a companion in grief, in sorrow, in longing. When words fail, when explanations are insufficient, when consolation feels hollow, the quiet presence of silence can cradle the heart. It does not rush the healing. It does not demand resolution. It simply offers space, the gentle understanding that what is broken can rest, that what is lost can be felt without shame, and that in time, even without force, the heart may rise again. In the silence, we learn to sit with impermanence, with uncertainty, with the natural unfolding of life. Even the moments of joy are deepened by silence. Have you not noticed that a simple glance, a soft touch, a gentle wind on your face, becomes richer when it is unaccompanied by words? The laughter of a child resonates more fully, the warmth of sunlight touches more deeply, when the mind allows a quiet space to receive. Silence teaches us the art of presence, the ability to witness fully, to feel fully, to breathe fully without distraction. It is the gentle canvas upon which life paints its colors vividly, yet softly. And yet, silence is not passive. It is not emptiness. It is the fertile soil in which clarity grows, the still water that reflects truth, the gentle cradle of insight. In silence, we meet the rhythms of our own hearts. We hear the soft pulses of the world. We sense the connections that run between all beings, between all moments. And in this awareness, Compassion arises naturally, understanding flows naturally, love spreads naturally, for it is born not from effort, but from the quiet depth of presence. I have guided many to silence, my dear, and I have watched the resistance, the fear, the restlessness, and I have also watched the surrender, the relief, the awakening that comes when the heart allows itself to pause. Practice sitting, practice breathing, practice noticing the space between thoughts, the gentle emptiness between words, the soft pause between heartbeats. Let it enfold you. Do not rush it. Do not force it. Simply be. And in being, you discover the vastness within, the calm within, the gentle knowing that you are enough, that the world continues, and that peace is always available, if only you pause to listen. So, my dear, embrace the silence within. Walk gently with it. Let it teach you the rhythm of your own heart. Let it reveal the quiet wisdom that has always been present, waiting patiently for your attention, for your acceptance, for your love. And in this silence, may you find the depth, the clarity, the tenderness, and the freedom that is the gift of simply being fully, softly, and profoundly alive in each moment. The journey home. Ah, my dear friend, now we have come to the end of our long walk together. Though truly, the end is not the end at all. It is a turning, a gentle bow, a soft closing of one door and the quiet opening of another. You see, life is much like our journey here. Each step we take is important, yet no step exists in isolation. Every experience, every thought, every breath has led us to this very moment, sitting together, heart to heart, in the quiet warmth of understanding. And it is here, in this gentle stillness, that I wish to speak with you about the final truths, the gentle summations that perhaps your heart already knows, but which can shine more clearly when shared with care and tenderness. Life, my dear, is never a straight path. It is a winding road, sometimes bright and sunny, sometimes shrouded in mist, sometimes steep and rocky, sometimes soft and flowing. We may stumble, we may lose our way, we may grow tired, we may even despair. And yet, in every step, in every breath, there is learning. There is beauty. There is meaning. Often we look far ahead, wishing for certainty, wishing for a perfect understanding of what comes next. And in doing so, we miss the quiet lessons hidden in the present, the subtle teachings woven into each moment. It is only when we pause, when we breathe, when we truly notice the simplicity of being alive, that we see how far we have truly come. I remember a young seeker who asked me once, "Master, how will I ever know when I have learned enough, when I have understood life?" And I smiled, because I too had asked the same question long ago. "Child," I said, "learning is not a mountain to be climbed to its peak. It is a river flowing endlessly, shaping the stones along its path, nourishing the trees, reflecting the sky. Understanding comes not from arriving, but from moving, from observing, from living. There is no final moment of perfection, but there is a continual unfolding, a gentle deepening, a soft blooming of the heart that never stops, if we allow it. You have walked a long way with me through these words, through these reflections, through these gentle stories and whispers of insight. We have spoken of fear and courage, of joy and sorrow, of silence and presence, of letting go and embracing. Each of these teachings is like a pebble placed in the river of your heart. At first, you may not notice its effect, but over time, the water flows around it, smooths it, touches it, and you realize that even the smallest pebble has its place, its purpose, its quiet contribution to the whole. Do not be concerned if you feel uncertain, if the mind wanders, if doubts arise. These are natural. Even the wisest must face uncertainty, for life is never a puzzle with all the pieces neatly fitted, but a tapestry constantly woven and rewoven. And you, my dear, are both the weaver and the observer. You carry within you a light that can guide you, a heart that can feel, a mind that can learn. Sometimes the guidance will be gentle, almost imperceptible, like a soft breeze touching your cheek. Sometimes it will be stronger, calling you to action, to kindness, to courage. Always, it is there, if you listen. Think, for a moment, about the mornings you have felt the warmth of the sun on your face, about the evenings when the sky has blushed with pink and gold, about the small smiles, the quiet laughter, the acts of kindness you have given and received. These are not trivial. These are the threads that hold the world together, the simple moments that create meaning, the tiny lights that guide us home. Life is not always dramatic, not always grand, and yet it is full of countless small miracles, countless small awakenings, countless small openings of the heart. Notice them, treasure them, and let them remind you that you are part of this great unfolding, that you belong, that your presence matters. And when sorrow comes, as it surely will, remember that it is not an enemy to be feared, but a companion, teaching you depth, empathy, and the preciousness of joy. The heart can carry sorrow and still expand, still find light. Pain does not diminish you. It reveals your capacity to love, to care, to hold tenderness for yourself and others. Every tear, every sigh, every moment of quiet heartbreak is a teacher, shaping the contours of your soul, smoothing the rough edges, deepening the well of your compassion. Joy, too, is a gift, my dear, and often it comes quietly, softly, without fanfare. A child's laughter, the taste of fresh bread, the smell of rain on dry earth, the embrace of a friend, the gentle understanding in someone's eyes. All these are reminders that life is kind, life is generous, life is full of subtle treasures. Hold them lightly, let them flow through you, and allow yourself to be grateful, not with grand gestures, but with the simple acknowledgement that you are here, now, alive, breathing, able to witness. As we conclude this journey together, I want you to remember that you do not need to hold everything perfectly. You do not need to be flawless, wise, or strong at all times. You only need to be present. You only need to breathe. You only need to notice. And in that noticing, in that presence, you discover the fullness of life. You discover that every moment is enough, that every breath is sacred, that every heartbeat carries the infinite within it. I have shared these words with you, not as instructions, but as companions, gentle companions, walking alongside you for a little while. Take what resonates, leave what does not. Keep the warmth in your heart, carry the lessons softly, and let your life unfold with patience, kindness, and openness. And always remember, the journey itself is the home, not the destination, not the end, but this walking, this living, this breathing, this noticing, this feeling. This is the heart of everything. So now, my dear, take these moments, these reflections, these gentle awakenings, and carry them with you as you step forward. Step lightly, yet with confidence. Step with awareness, yet with ease. Step with compassion, yet without burden. And know that wherever you go, whatever you face, you are never truly alone. The world is alive with presence. The river of life flows through you, and the silence, the quiet, the heart that you have cultivated, these are always with you. And as you walk from this moment, may you walk with peace. May you walk with love. May you walk with hope. And may you always remember that you are enough, exactly as you are, perfectly, beautifully, and gently enough. The journey has been long, and now, my dear, it is time to carry the light you have found, to share it, to live it, to breathe it. And know, quietly, softly, warmly, that all is well. You are home.